Hey everybody, I'd like to welcome you to Indy Design Week. In this room today we have designers and makers of all kinds, architects, community managers, graphic designers, UX designers, marketers, and probably way more niche titles who are working to make our Indianapolis community even stronger. Our mission of this festival is to celebrate and strengthen the Indianapolis design community while increasing awareness and building appreciation for design and its impact on business, culture, society, and its people. And we're so excited to have you here today in person and remote. So I'll quickly introduce myself. I'm Noelle Webster-Milam. I'm our Director of UX at SEP and the President of the Indy Design Collaborative. I've attended Indy Design Week since 2018 with its founder, Poppy, when she worked here at SEP in the early planning phases, and I have been speakers in the event in the past. I studied at IUPUI for my undergrad and master's degrees, and I've had a career in design of all sorts, marketing all the way to design leadership since 2003. So I've been working to build our Indy design community throughout that entire time. So let's talk a little bit about what the Indy Design Collaborative is. I'm hoping that you're going to see a bit of this happening with our local community throughout this year and next. It is to elevate and celebrate all disciplines of design in central Indiana. We're linking different design associations together through education, networking events, and providing resources and opportunities for the region to get better and stronger with design. And our primary event that we do every year is Indy Design Week. And I'd like to introduce you to the board who made Indy Design Week happen. There's its founder, Poppy Guthrie. Please raise your hand. Tori, who did all of this amazing marketing and leading that team of volunteers. There's Chris Bill, who organized our volunteer event yesterday. Raphael Hurd is helping with our website and digital presence. Brian Carmen works with Indiana Bond Bank, and he had an unfortunate situation that couldn't make him here today. And Danny Kane, who is listening remotely, and hopefully we can give her so many props for being the creative director of all the beautiful visuals that happened. And then all of this couldn't have happened without everybody who has a yellow lanyard. If you volunteered to make this happen this week, please raise your hand. Oh my gosh, thank you all. Also, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Triad, State Force, Developer Town, SEP, Arc Printing, Union Campus, sorry I didn't advance to the next slide, there we go, the IXDA, and Market Tower. So wanted to go into a little bit of why SEP has chosen to be involved in this conference. That since inception, literally sat across from Poppy in a one-on-one where came back after holiday break, and she's like, I think I'm gonna make a conference. And I was like, all right, let's do this. So ever since then, she and I've been a big supporter of what she's doing in the local community. And SEP has decided to support this mission because we believe the impact of design in products and systems and just humanity in general. We have a strong design presence here in our local area, talented designers of all kinds at SEP and then also in the region that we want to continue to support and grow and foster and lead design in our local community. So on that note, we are hiring SEP needs designers of all sorts. If you're a UXer, an interaction designer, content, whatever your background is, please come talk to me or Kyle Pincher, where's Kyle? Kyle's somewhere in the building. He has a long beard. Go find him. So given that, Kyle's also giving building tours today. So of our new facility, if you're interested and want to go up to the second and third floor, go find him and he will walk you through at some point during the day. But that is all from me. I'm going to introduce our MC, Alex Smith from Triad. He is going to take you through what to expect today and introduce our keynote.
Great, thank you, Noelle. All right, welcome everybody. Again, thanks SEP. This is a beautiful campus here on north side of Carmel. I was obviously driven by several times to get inside and see it, the energy here. kind of cap to the end of the week here, Indy Design Week. I know I've been a part and have been able to attend several of the events and a lot of common faces, and it was also great to see different engagement of different people along the way this week. So really exciting, a lot of energy, and to cap it off with today with the in-person speaker series. It's going to be full of exciting information and discussions throughout the day. At the end of the sessions, we're not going to do a Q&A, but the speakers will be kind of mingling around. And so feel free to approach them. They've got a different color. I think it's blue banner or lanyard on. Approach them, ask questions, engage with them. That's why we're all here today. So with that, I'd like to introduce our first keynote to kick it off today, Tiffany Atkinson, and a little about Tiffany. So Tiffany's the founder and CEO of Tiffany Atkinson Consulting, a business consulting firm on a mission to empower women and create business of their dreams. A multifaceted entrepreneur, Tiffany's diverse career includes 3 years with the U.S. Army paralegal, a bachelor's in graphic and web design, founding a youthful-focused nonprofit, and running and branding a marketing agency. After Tiffany's vision for her dream business evolved, she pivoted to launch her current company. Since that decision, Tiffany is committed to helping as many women as she can fall back in love with their business to create thriving lives. Now I'd like to welcome Tiffany Atkinson.
I was promised an extension cord. I need that extension cord. Hi, everybody. I'm Tiffany. Okay. And this is an old college laptop, so the batteries, it dies, and we need to make sure it stays plugged up. All right. And let me share. Okay. I think we're good now. All right. So hi, everybody. I'm Tiffany. Can everyone hear me okay? Awesome. I talk low sometimes. I'm really shy and I'm an introvert, so it's kind of weird on the speaker, but it's a thing. And so I just want to welcome you to Don't Hide Your Mistakes. First and foremost, I want to say what an honor it is to get to speak at Indy Design Week. As you heard in my bio, I have a graphic and web design degree, so I started as a designer. So getting to be the opening keynote here is just very much an honor. So today we're going to talk a little bit about embracing imperfection. So spoiler alert, I'm good at this now, but I wasn't always good at it. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit today. And I'm going to take you through my branding journey. So as you heard in my bio, I have founded and branded 3 companies. And so for me, it took 3 tries to get really familiarized with the idea of making my imperfections a part of my brand. And so when it comes to branding, we typically think about it in a way. I'm just setting my timer because I like to talk, y'all, and we'll be here all day. So when we think about branding, we typically think about it as folks who are designers and developers. We're a little bit more technical in how we think. And so what that means is when we think about branding, we think about things like strategy, positioning, messaging. We are just very technical. If you ask us what a brand is, we're not going to just tell you it's a logo. We'll be like, well, brands have strategy and they have positioning and messaging. And I found that we think of it that way. And the rest of the world, when it comes to branding, they think a little bit more organically. They think of a brand as a reputation, kind of how people think about you when you leave a room. And I find that with both these ways of thinking, whether you're more technical like us folks, or you're like the rest of the world and you see it more organically like a reputation, we all somehow lose the essence of what a brand truly is. And a brand is just a story. And so when it comes to branding, your brand isn't just any story, it's your story. And when it comes to companies, it's a company story. When it comes to branding your clients, it's the client story. I find it weird, but although we have these 2 ways of thinking, whether you're technical or more organic in how you think, we all fall into the same trap. And that is when it comes to creating a great brand, we fall into what I like to call the edit trap. And all that simply means is we understand that storytelling is a part of branding, but for some reason we feel, well, let's just rewrite the story to make it better so that we have a great brand. And so in order to do that, we hide our imperfections. So we don't talk about our mistakes. We avoid the struggles that we've been through. We don't share those. And we definitely don't like to talk about the messy parts of our story. And so we think that that's going to be the secret to great branding. And I did too. It took 3 companies for me to learn that it wasn't. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. The fact that we think it's going to be the secret to great branding, and instead we end up in a space where we have a brand where we don't recognize ourselves, and that's because it's not our story. And so we find ourselves wearing a mask 24/7, like Dwight here. I don't know, do we have any Office fans? Raise your hand. I'm a fan of The Office. Okay, you guys are my people. So, like Dwight, we have a mask for we have a disguise for our brands. We also start to feel inadequate because we've created this brand where we've made this perfect picture, but we're not perfect. And so we compare ourselves to that and then we feel inadequate. And then lastly, we minimize ourselves because all the stuff that we take out, imperfections, mistakes, struggles, messy parts, that's the stuff that makes us us. And so little by little, we take ourselves out of our story. And so that's what we're going to get into today. I'll tell you guys a little bit about my journey, founding and running each of those companies, and what I learned about imperfections and what I hope to pass on to you when it comes to including those in your brand. So before we get there, I figure that we need to all agree on a few things. So we're about to spend an hour together, and if we're going to go on this weird journey of embracing imperfection, I feel like we all have to get on the same page. Agree? Awesome. So I have like 3, I don't really want to call them rules because I'm a bit of a rebel. So we'll just say agreements. That works. So the first agreement we all have to come to is, at least for the next hour, I would encourage you to do it the rest of today, but at least for the next hour, you have to all agree that everybody in this room, everybody online, you guys too, we're going to embrace our imperfections. And what that simply means is, it's Indy Design Week, you guys are excited, it's the last day, it's the in-person moment, and we all showed up wearing a little bit of a mask, even if it's just you showing up as like your best self today. So I'm going to encourage you to drop that and just be normal, imperfect you. Second thing that we'll have to agree to is, obviously I'm going to tell you my story, but I do want to break the rules. If you came for an opening keynote where I just talk so loud and you just sit there, that's not today. I get it, bamboozled you, I got you here, and I just told you sorry. But there's going to be moments where I want to hear from you. I want to hear your story. And so when those moments come, don't be, scared to share your story. So whatever fears you have, please put all these to the side. Don't worry about having to raise your hand or wait for your turn. We're not doing any of that today. We have a small room. My virtual guys, drop some stuff in the chat when you have those moments. But take this moment to really try embracing imperfection and just try it out. It's going to take you a few tries. Hopefully, it doesn't take you 3 companies. Hopefully. But if it does, at least you have to start here. And the last thing we all have to agree to is, it's okay to laugh today. It's okay to have fun. There are more gifts than who likes them. There are more. We have to have them. And it's gift. So all my gift people, today it's gift. Next hour it's gift. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, embracing imperfection. Even for me, doing it up here. And that's okay. So we can have some fun together to make it less uncomfortable. So, one last thing before we move forward. As I said, today we're going to try out embracing imperfection. And so, I'm not going to get into the deep end and be like, tell me your life story. I need to hear it right now. 30 seconds, go. We're going to start off with just a little softball question, a little bit of fun, and it's just going to prepare us for how the rest of the day is going to go. So, I'll ask the question. I'll give you a few seconds to think about it. You guys just seem to be a good crowd that you'll head nod at me and let me know when you're ready. Hopefully that works. So don't worry about raising your hand. Don't worry about waiting your turn. Don't worry about what anybody's going to think about your answer. We're having fun today. So I'll ask the question, give you a few seconds to think about it. Then I'll count down and then the floor is open to go. And I want you to be as loud as possible. I want to hear the answers. It's going to sound a little chaotic at first. That's okay. Embracing imperfection is a bit chaotic. So we'll go with it. So here's the question, and my folks that are virtual, please drop this in the chat too. And if you want to drop it in all caps, so it's loud, do that, but don't do that. I don't know. So, simple question. If you had to eat one food for the rest of your life, what would that be? And we're developers, we're designers, we're UX people, we're specific folks. So I don't want answers like Mexican food. No, you have to say burrito, taco, like something. It can't just be generic to get yourself out of it. It can't just be ice cream. It has to be something like mint chocolate chip. Where are my mint chocolate chip folks? Yes, again, my people. Favorite ice cream from a kid, my thing. So, has everybody thought about it? I can give you a few more seconds, some head nods. Okay, let's go. I want to hear it. One food, rest of your life, what would it be? Okay, Hot Pockets. I like that. Angel hair pasta. My people, yes. Anything else? Any more foods? Ice cream sundae? Yes, yes, I love it. Chalupa from Taco Bell, specific. That's what we came for. So, the other moments today where you have opportunities to share, I want you to be just as confident. I want you to put it out there the same way you did. I want you to wait for the moment to talk. So, today I'm going to give you 3 things that I want you to remember about embracing imperfection. And I put this on the screen because I'm a person, like, I like to know what's coming next. Like, I don't want to just be thrown in. So you know what's coming next. If it doesn't make sense yet, I promise, hopefully by the end it will. If it didn't, I don't know. So let's get started. So the first thing that I want you to remember when it comes to embracing imperfection is that mistakes create connections. So raise your hand if you made a mistake before. Okay, my people, yes. So when it comes to mistakes, we all know what they are. But mistakes are simply you had a moment where maybe you made the wrong choice. You had a moment where you misjudged some things. And I don't know why, when it comes to the idea of sharing mistakes in our brands or telling clients to share mistakes in theirs, we freak out about it a little bit. And I think that's because, like, we get we're not perfect, but also it's like, I'm not going to tell people what I messed up on. Like, that sounds weird. So why we feel that way is because we have this concern that if we share our mistakes, it's going to create a bad impression. So whether you're more technical or whether you're more organic in how you think about branding, we all understand that brands create impressions. And so we're like, if I lead with mistakes, bad impression. Nobody wants that. And we have like these other little mini fears that sit underneath that. So we have concerns that, okay, I share my mistakes. Everybody's going to stop talking about the great things that I do. So like our accomplishments, it's going to be like the Brady Bunch where our accomplishments are in the room, that's Jan, and then our mistakes enter Marsha, and everybody just talks about Marsha. That's going to be the mistakes. So we also have this fear that for many of us, we associate mistakes with failure because oftentimes when we make a mistake, we failed. That's how we feel. And so we have these concerns, well, if I talk about my mistakes, then I'll be labeled by my failure. And like nobody wants to have 2 slices of bread on the side of their head being called an idiot sandwich. I don't know, it's a nightmare I have. I had to represent it in gift form. I just had to. And then the last fear that we have when it comes to mistakes is that we're going to be judged for our misjudgment. So oftentimes when we make a mistake, for many of us, that means that we made the wrong choice. We had a moment where we misjudged the situation. And so we don't want people like looking at us, side-eyeing us, shaking their head, like, what was that? We don't want that permanently associated with us. And so that takes me to my first moment of telling you guys a little bit about my story. So as I said, I founded 3 companies. The very first company was Tag Studio. It was a branding and marketing agency that I founded pretty much right out of college. I lost my first real job that I got with my degree, and I decided to start a branding agency. And starting Tag Studio was interesting. I ran it for 4 years, and I did this thing. I made a lot of mistakes, but one that I often now talk about, it took me forever to start actually talking about it, is that I decided, I'm like, okay, 1-person agency, who's really going to work with like 1 person? And what does that even mean? So I had this vision, like eventually I'll have a team and I'll have these people that work with me. And so I decided like, okay, we'll brand it like there's a whole thing of fake it till you make it. So I'll just brand it like I have this team. Because that's what I did. And so literally all the branding, all the messaging, all the marketing, everything used the word we. And that's why this says hiding behind we. because I wouldn't say like, I help clients, we help clients, da da da. And so that put me in this space where I started to make even more mistakes, because it's like that first mistake led to just more. I kind of put myself into this corner. And so I have the we do this, we do that, that whole persona thing. And then I don't know, I just stopped showing myself, because I'm like, well, if it says we and then all the photos just have me in it, that's conflicting messaging. And yeah, I'm gonna out myself, so I'm not gonna do that. And so that's why I like this photo. That's my husband Zane. He's here. He's my videographer for the day. And so why I like this photo is because this is a event that I did, and I went to go look for photos of myself at the event, and I couldn't find any. So I took no photos. I had nobody take any photos of me at my booth. And I think it's kind of a perfect analogy for what running Tag Studio was like for me. Like, the pages and all that stuff is so up, so go look at that stuff. But there's like only 3 or 4 photos of me. They all say our founder. There's no ownership there. And then the last thing that I did after building this persona and not showing my face is I decided to just start talking funny. And what I mean by that is, all of my career for the most part now, I have worked with entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, micro enterprises, people who like strategy and branding, marketing. That's not what they do for a living. They have the capabilities to understand that, and I've always felt that way. That's why I love working with them. But we're not really going to get anywhere if I'm trying to explain something to them and then everything is just like word salad, tech language, all that stuff. But when you look at the messaging for Tag Studio, that's all I use. And I don't talk like that, obviously. And so I found myself, I backed myself into this corner. And I'm like, okay, I don't know how to get out of this. And so that just put me even more and more into myself. I'm wearing this mask. I'm like Dwight. I got a different disguise for every day that I interact with somebody. And I just am like, okay, I don't really know what to do. And so I used to feel a lot of shame about that. I used to never talk about it. And it wasn't until I just happened to rebrand and found my current company that I even started sharing. And so I had this fear that if I tell people like these mistakes I've made, I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to be the branding and marketing person, and I'm messed up how I branded myself. And so I'm thinking, I'm gonna lose everybody. Nobody's gonna want to work with me. What entrepreneur is gonna trust me? And I started talking about it. And then I learned the power that sharing mistakes actually has. And so when it comes to sharing mistakes, why we should share them is because we think we share them, bad impression. Typically, the exact opposite happens, especially when you find your people. Mistakes are a great way to connect with people. They create what I like to call connection points in your brand. And all that simply means is you give people moments in your story that they can connect to. So obviously, if it's your personal brand, that's what it looks like. If you're branding a company, moments in the company story that people can connect to. If you're branding a client, moments in the client story that they can connect to. And so I found that why mistakes work this way is simply because they do a few things. First thing, mistakes show the risk that we've taken. And so because of that, they let other people know, like, okay, Tiffany's a bit of a risk taker. Like, she took a risk or two. And so sometimes they've taken the same risk. And so that's something that they can connect to. Also, what it does is it shows people what risk we're worth taking. And so it kind of really lets you get to know a person by the risk that they were willing to take. So another thing that sharing mistakes I learned does is, well, mistakes teach us memorable lessons. I don't know about you guys, but if you're anything like me, then if I really want to learn something, oh, I have to make a mistake. I'm going to make it a few times, but the idea is it'll stick with me at some point because I associate, like, I remember what happened when I did that thing. And so the same thing happens for others when we start telling them about the mistakes that we've made. And so something else that sharing our mistakes allows us the opportunity to do is, well, mistakes prepare us for what's next. If you really want to learn about me or learn about any of us in this room, you just have to look at the mistakes that that person's made. And so it doesn't always apply to the very next thing on your path, but it comes back around at some point. And so telling people about your mistakes, well, you're letting them know, hey, I want to connect with you. And I want to connect with you because I want to let you know the risk I've taken. I want to let you know the lessons I've learned. And I want to let you know like how all of those mistakes played into my journey and what was next for me. So it's going to be a scary moment for some of you. That's okay. We'll get through it. So I told you guys a little bit about my story and some of the mistakes I learned running Tech Studio, one of the biggest ones I made. And for some of you that may have created some connection, for others, strategist brain in you is like, okay, I can see why people like you and feel connected to you. Well, you guys have the same type of things in your story. And so we're going to take a few minutes. I want you to think about a mistake that you can share that can create a connection point, that somebody else can feel connected to. Maybe there's a risk that you took with it that can be associated with that. Maybe there's a lesson that you learned. Maybe you can explain how it plays into your overall story. And so just like we did with the silly food question, I'm going to just take a few seconds, a few moments. I'll give you some time. And then when you got something, just like look at me and like give me that look, like, Tiffany, I got this. Or nod your head, whichever feels more natural for you. So we'll take a few moments and just think about it. Some of y'all are giving me looks, I don't know what they mean. So are we feeling good or we need more time? Yep, just a mistake. And don't worry about raising your hand. Don't worry about waiting for your turn. Just go for it. We're accepting the chaos of doing that today. It's a small enough group. We can do that. Okay, I'm gonna count down and then we're gonna go. But I appreciate your enthusiasm. That is me as well. All right, so I think we're gonna use this as a gauge that everybody else is ready. Okay, so, all right, 3, 2, 1. Let's hear it. Mistake you made. Okay, overcommitting, self-doubt. Anybody else? Translation, okay. Anyone else? Too long of a timeline? I've done that. Say that one again. Hesitancy, yes, done that too. I found too long of a timeline and hesitancy, they play off of one another. All right, so just how you shared that mistake here, I want you to think about how can you start sharing that mistake and adding it to your brain and start talking about it. And I get it's gonna feel a little bit weird, but you can talk about a risk that you took with it. You can talk about a lesson that you learned. You can talk about how it prepared you for what was next in your story. So the second thing that I want you to remember today is that struggles build authority. And so when it comes to struggles, a struggle simply means that it took us a while to do something. It took us a while to achieve something. And so struggles can look everything from maybe you tried something, you just had to keep working at it, and then you eventually got it. Or maybe it's like me, you had to found 3 companies and brand each of those in multiple attempts, and then you got what you wanted. And sometimes struggles just mean that they're just moments in our story where life was just really hard. Life itself felt like a struggle. And so when it comes to struggles, we often have these fears of sharing them that, well, if I tell people about my struggles, it's going to affect my credibility. And so we have these concerns that, well, if I talk about my struggle, nobody's going to want to listen to my perspective anymore. That I struggle with something, and so I can no longer speak on that thing. I used to think that all the time. For some of us, we have this concern with struggles that, well, if I talk about my struggle, I feel like this imposter, I suffer from imposter syndrome, and it's going to be like Scooby-Doo, and they're on the mission, and they're looking for the imposter. So they're not looking for the ghost or the monster. They're looking for the imposter in the room, and they're going to walk over to me and pull off my mask and be like, ha, I found you, you're the imposter. I went between this one and then like the game imposter. I wasn't sure which one to go with, but I liked this better. I don't know. So the other concern we have when it comes to struggles is that if we start talking about them, if we start sharing them, many of us equate struggles to weakness. And as much as we say that we're in the SWOT and strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats, we're like, can we just stop SWOT at strengths? I just want to stop it there. Maybe opportunities too. But we have this thought process where We don't want to talk about the things we struggle with. We don't want to talk about the things that make us feel like they're a weakness. And if you don't believe me, I want to take you guys back. So everybody close your eyes. You don't have to close your eyes. But think about the last time that you interviewed for a job. And they probably asked this question. If they didn't, just think like they did. So imagine the question of, what's your greatest strength? Many of us, we get very excited about that question. Like, we've been prepping for that one. We're like, I hope they ask it. We straighten up in our chair. Like, we're ready to go. We have 1,000,001 answers. Like, greatest strength, I can give you 50. We're ready to go. Fire off. And then for many of us, we start to get this weird feeling in our stomach, like in the pit of our stomach. We sink down in our chair a little bit. We're like, I know it's coming. I know it's coming, because they asked us about our greatest strength. So obviously they're going to ask us, what's your biggest weakness? And if you're anything like me, you try to game the system and start racking your brain for a way to make one of your strengths sound like a weakness. Like, oh, I'm just way too dedicated at my job. I just love design so much. But that's how, because it's awkward, like, it's weird to have this idea of, you want me to talk about like something I struggle with, something that feels like a weakness? This isn't Mean Girls. I don't have a secret that I'm trying to hide. Like, I do, but I don't want to talk about it. And so that takes me to my second story of the day. This one's struggling in the spotlight. I really focused on names. I don't know, I just did. So as I said, I founded 3 companies. If you're just now learning that information and you've been here since the beginning, I don't know if I didn't say it right, you didn't listen, I don't know. So as I said, I founded I don't know if I said that. I founded a nonprofit. It was called Indy Youth Entrepreneurship Initiative, shortened it to IYI, easier to pronounce. And so when I founded IYI, it was at a time for me with Tag Studio where things just they weren't going so great. They weren't going so hot. And so I decided, instead of focusing as much on the business that I wasn't enjoying, I'm like, I'll create a little passion project. It'll distract me for a little bit. It'll give me, like, my creativity back, and it'll be fun. Well, what I did not anticipate, that when I started talking to people about my little passion project, they would think that it sounded really cool. And then that would put me in the spotlight. I'm like, great. So to give you guys a little bit of bio on IYI. So I had this idea, very simple. I was an entrepreneur at the time. I have an entrepreneur in my family. My grandfather is actually an entrepreneur. By the time I came along, he was out of it. And he would do entrepreneurial things with me, but I just never got to really see what he went through. And I think about, like, my bio, and I'm like, I'm sure, like, my granddad's bio was really cool, because he was a carpenter in New York in the 60s, 50s or 60s. He got into the New York State Union, one of the first Black carpenters to do it. And then within a few years, left to start his own company. And I'm like, that takes a set of courage I don't know if I quite have, to walk away from something so secure like that you work so hard to get into, and be like, I'm going to do things for myself. And so he did that business for, I believe, 30 years. My grandma didn't have to work. He completely fed his family. My mom is one of 3 siblings, sent kids to college, all that stuff, all doing this work. And so I'm like, man, I just wish, like, I could have those conversations with him. But I digress. So when it came to IYI for me, I was like, well, I didn't get that. I didn't get this experience or exposure to entrepreneurship, but maybe I can do that for some youth. I can do that for some teens. So I had this really cool idea. I'm like, I'm going to do a half-day workshop. It'll be fun. And I have a panel of entrepreneurs. And so before I knew it, the half-day workshop turned into a 3-day in-person summit that had sponsors and was partnered with a really big nonprofit here in Indy, and had support from, like, the Kelley School of Business. And I'm taking all these meetings and pitching, and I've gone from this, I want to tell kids about entrepreneurship, to this very elaborate mission of, well, I want to expose youth to entrepreneurial thinking so that they can solve problems in the world and find their passion. And it had metrics and data that we tracked, and I'm just like, okay, this is cool. Got it. New form of exposure and celebrity for me. I didn't get with Tag Studio, but also this is really scary. And so, as I said, I am shy, I'm an introvert, and as you see from this photo, I ended up having to speak at things. And I think this event in particular, this was my first event. I found out about this 2 days before, and I want to say the audience was like 500 people. I was just like, oh, great. And not only that, it was teens and parents, and they were learning about this very prestigious program that Lily and IUPUI do together. And I was there to convince them to also have their kids sign up for my program too, just in case they didn't make it to the Lily program. And so for some of these parents, they had a very distinct view of like the path for their child. And I had met the organizer of this event somewhere, found out about what I was doing. I had a whole committee for my business as well, so it was my first time running an organization where I had other people and it wasn't just me. And so he found out about me. He's like, hey, I want you to really speak at this event. And I'm like, okay. And I did all right. And so that kind of was the experience of IYI. It was just several moments of being put into things that I felt like I wasn't good at. Like I've never described myself as a good salesperson, which is kind of funny because I sold shoes in high school. That was my first job. And I'm like, I'm more of a personality person. I'm not a salesperson. And so IYI forced me to learn to pitch because if you need sponsors, you have to tell a sponsor, hey, I need you for something. And so then you have to also be honest about your needs. And so that's another thing for me. I don't like asking for help. Just don't. And IYI put me in this moment where that's exactly what I had to do. I had to start asking for help. I had to start leading with that. I had a committee, so I would have to let them know, hey, I want to do this, guys, but I don't know how to do that. And so IYI was this really cool experience for me that showed me the power that talking about struggles can have. And that is, when we talk about our struggles, we often think it's going to take away from our credibility. But it does the exact opposite. It actually gives us credibility and authority. And we're all brand makers here, so we know the power that having brand authority has. And so why that is because when you talk about struggles, well, struggles are the thing you have to go through first to get to a strength. And so when you start being open about those struggles, you literally put yourself like in the position, you alley-oop yourself to talk about strengths. And why that is because with struggles build resilience. As I said when I was first introducing the idea of talking about struggles, well, oftentimes when you struggle with something, it means sometimes that you just have to keep working at it. So you don't have to try to, you just have to have faith that the way you're going is going to get you what you want. And so I'm sure life has taught you all that. When you have to do things like that, that is resilience training 101. Sometimes it's 102, 205, it gets hard. Another thing that sharing struggles does as well, struggles challenge our creativity. And I say that because when we share struggles and when we actually struggle with things, if you think about it, for many of us, you have to make multiple attempts. Sometimes you have to try 3 or 4 times, 5 or 6 times. Sometimes you have to found a brand new company to get like this whole branding thing. You have to make multiple tries. And so each time you try, it can't be the exact same way every single time. So you have to change it up some. Well, that's creativity in action. And the last really cool thing that struggles do is, well, struggles uncover our passions. I told you guys a little bit about RYI and like struggling in the spotlight. I had to learn how to coach, learn how to talk to people. I didn't mention like I was the face of IYI, so although we had a committee, obviously if you're the founder of the nonprofit, that's who everybody wants to meet. And so I had to go from shy Tiffany to walk confidently in the room and explain, yes, sir, we need $10,000 from you. So it was a really cool experience. And I learned by doing IYI, because it challenged me to do things I had never done before. Texting, I got to create this mask and hide behind this movie that nobody really cared about when they actually met me. I couldn't do that with IYI. I literally just going full force into that. And so that's when I learned I was actually like, although I am shy, I like to speak. Which my husband in the back, that's probably not surprise him. He's like, you talk all the time. I'm home. That's not news to anybody. But I learned although I'm shy, I can get up here and be pretty comfortable talking to people. I also learned from this idea of teaching youth how to solve problems through business. I'm like, well, we can't just teach youth that. entrepreneurs do that every single day, and that's something I'm now passionate about. And so that's the cool thing about struggles, whether it's making you do something challenging that you then find that you really love, or sometimes it's the multiple attempts, and one of those you find out it works really well, and you're like, okay, that's my thing. Like some of us here in this room, like you might be the go-to person at your job for a task because you're like, hey, I had to do that 50 times before I got it right. And so that's the cool thing about struggles. And so we're going to talk about some struggles, guys. Are we excited? I heard, oh my gosh, that's okay. So just like we just talked about mistakes, we talked about our hoops, it's going to work the same way. I want you to think about a struggle that you can start talking about that's going to build some authority for you. And that simply means it led to a strength for you. Maybe it taught you some resilience. Maybe it's helped you get more creative. And it might be the reason that you're like the go-to person for something. Maybe it is the thing that just really helped you uncover, a passion. Like me, you guys heard in my story, I love to empower women to create their dream business. Well, running my very first company, I created a successful company, but then I realized I didn't like it. And I learned that, you started a nonprofit passion project because that was your way of getting out of the company you didn't enjoy. So now it's a passion of, I don't want women to have to go through all of that. And it's like, if I can meet you when you're in the struggle, we can work through this together. So you guys all have that. Hopefully I've talked long enough that you can think about something. If not, I'll give you a little bit longer. So remember, guys, we're not worrying about raising hands. We're not worrying about waiting for a turn. In the chat, that shouldn't be an issue for you, but if it was, I've cleared that up, hopefully. So I want to hear it. Struggles, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, I heard burnout, difficult conversations, saying no. Saying no is a big one, and that was a struggle for me too. Any more? Imposter syndrome? My people. So when I showed the Scooby-Doo mask, and you're like, she found me. So just like you felt comfortable to share that struggle here, I want to encourage you to start making that a part of your brand too, and start making that something that you talk about. And encourage clients to do the same thing. I find that oftentimes when we get our clients to talk about their struggles, it makes it so much easier to like write copy and position them because it makes sense why they love what they do so much. And so now we've made it to the last thing that I want you to remember today, and that is that messy parts give meaning. And so when it comes to messy parts, I'll be honest with you, this is not a Webster's definition. This is not a dictionary.com definition. I looked it up. They have messy, they have parts, 2 separate definitions. They don't have them together for some reason. So I figured something out. But when it comes to messy parts, that simply means a time in your story where things were messy. They may have been confusing, may have been disorderly, may have lacked precision. And so sometimes that means like it's just a messy moment in your story. Sometimes that means we all have those moments in our story where it's not a straight line from A to B, point A to B. It like goes up and it loop-de-loops and it curves and you might have zigzagged a little bit, went back and forth. That's a messy part. And sometimes it's things like, for me, for the longest, IYI felt like a messy part of my story because I'm like, it doesn't fit. Like the branding and marketing studio fits, that makes sense for people of how I ended up as a brand coach. And I have a consulting firm, but how do I fit this weird nonprofit project that I did? And it went somewhere, and I'm like, okay, how do I actually fit that in? And then did it during a pandemic. So that was the part I left out about IYI. The summit that I was really excited about, it was 2020. Can anybody think of anything that happened in 2020 that may have had an effect on in-person events? Okay, no one? Well, it was COVID, people. It was COVID. And so we didn't do the in-person event. We did do a 6-week program that I was very proud of. And so the in-person event was supposed to have the youth come together into groups and create business ideas. I had to change up a few things to make it work for virtual. And so what I did instead was I had youth find social problems that they were really passionate about that were happening in their community. And then they created social enterprise ideas to solve those problems and pitch them. I quickly learned I was not their teacher, they were mine. And it was very fun. It was a very fun experience. But like I said, IYI for the longest felt messy for me. And I felt like if I included IYI in my overall story, I was going to run into the same issue that we all have concerns about when it comes to messy parts of our story. That IYI was going to be the thing that just, it didn't fit. And it took away from my overall brand, my overall story. And so when it comes to the idea of sharing messy parts, for many of us, we have these concerns that if we start talking about the messy parts of our story, well, it's going to change the way that people think of us. We'll go from, having smiles. I kind of thought that. I was like, okay, everybody will be engaged, and then I'll tell this, and then it's just like, what? So we feel that we're going to have this room of side eyes. We also have, for some of us, if you're an oversharer like me, the idea of talking about the messy part isn't the part that worries you. It's the questions that come after. Like, I'm a person, I'll tell you about the little messy part of my story. Ask no questions. Don't ask why I went that way. Don't ask what I did next. Nothing. You just have to wonder. It's a mystery. So for some of us, sharing the messy part isn't the issue. The concern is, well, what if they ask a question about why it was so messy or what I did? And no. And for some of us, we have this concern that if we share the messy part, it's going to take away from whatever the goal is with the brand. And so for all of us, when it comes to brands, we have goals. Personal brand, the goal is typically to get a job. For some of us, we have a very specific job in mind. And we're like, I'll have to look perfect for that. If they find out about this weird, messy part of my story, they're not going to pick me. For some of us, if you're an entrepreneur like me, the goal is clients. Maybe even a specific client or opportunity. Again, talk about the messy part. Clients don't like that. No client, no opportunity. And for others, for many of us in this room, the idea of telling clients to share the messy parts of their story, we're like, well, clients have goals and they have things that they want to happen from their brands, and I don't want it on my conscience, or I don't want them to blame me when they share that little weird part of their story, and then all of a sudden they don't get the thing that they want. And so we each are like, I'm going to be like Squidward in front of the tombstone of my goals and my dreams and all of that, and just crying and like life is over. And so that takes us to my very last story of the day. So this one is rebranding and embracing my story. And I'm going to be honest with you. Although the bio says she was a paralegal, a graphic designer, running a marketing agency, then she had a nonprofit, and then she pivoted and rebranded, and she has this company. It wasn't that smooth. The jump from Tech Studio and IYI was very messy. And that's because, as I shared, IYI happened during the pandemic, is when we were supposed to be having our program. We had to change things, and then I ran that in the summer, the virtual program, and then the summer was over, and I didn't quite know what exactly I wanted to do. I knew I didn't want to move forward with Tech Studio. I was like, I'm kind of over that. I got to do a lot more fun things with IYI, but that's not quite it. And so, can I have any Seth Godin fans in the house? He's a marketer, and okay, you know who he is? Yay! So I'll face you because this is going to matter to you. I don't know about everybody else. So I had this really cool opportunity during the pandemic, after I was done with IYI, to take one of his masterclass programs. And for those of you who don't recognize his name, if you know the book, The Purple Cow, I think it is, or Find Your Purple Cow, that's him. He's written a ton of marketing books. I believe he's a writer first, and then he just has this really cool marketing knowledge. So not only did I get to take his class for free, I got to meet Seth, virtually of course, because it's the pandemic. And I guess the people that I was in the program with didn't understand how cool of an opportunity that was. So there were only 5 of us, all did most of the talking, because I'm like, I get to meet Seth right now. I have so many questions. And I remember being so excited about that program. That program was 3 months. I did 3 weeks. And then I was done. I was on my couch eating Oreos and watching Netflix, and probably, I think I might have reached the bottom of Netflix, actually. And so it was messy. It was just, I wasn't motivated. I remember calling my best friend, and I was like, I get it. I'm going to get a graphic design job. I'm going to fix my I'm going to do my portfolio. I'm going to get a design job. And she's like, and how long do you think you're going to last? I'm like, oh, it didn't work. And she's like, it won't. I know you. It won't. rethink something. And I'm like, okay, fine. And she's like, why don't you just start another business? And I'm like, I'm done with that. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm over it. And then I called her the next day. I think I'm going to start another business. And so figuring out what Tiffany Atkinson Consulting, my current company, like, I really didn't know. I actually, funny enough, I started the whole idea of creating a dream business by writing out all the things I hated about the studio and writing out the things that didn't quite feel right about IYI. Like, and so I decided and looked at that paper and I'm like, okay, Tiffany, it's the opposite of that. And I had to think about it for a while. And so a few more things about me. I told you I'm shy, I'm an introvert. I'm also a bit of an overachiever. That means good and bad ways. I overachieve at good things. I also overachieve at bad things. It's the three companies to get to this whole idea of embracing imperfection. And I'm also a procrastinator. It's a fun mix when I get really sad. It's bad. As I mentioned, it's very interesting conversations then for me. So I decided, like, okay, Tiffany, you're not gonna procrastinate this time. You're gonna do this. And I'm like, okay, so how am I gonna do that? And I decided, okay, well, whenever I would have outside deadlines from a client, like no matter how I was feeling, I'd have to snap out of it and get the work done. And so I'm like, how can I create that experience for myself? And I decided, okay, I got it. I'm gonna make a video and put it on social media and tell my network what I'm doing, and then give them a launch date a month away, and then I have no choice but to figure it out between now and then. And so I did a bit more thinking before the video actually went up. I decided that if I was going to start a new business, I wanted to help women that felt just like me. Because I'm like, if I would have had help at any of those points along my story, it may have gotten me where I am now sooner. I also decided that if I was going to do this, I had to like fully be me. I couldn't do any more of the whole beauty persona thing. I couldn't do anything of like any more of the fancy jargon and way like that I don't actually talk. Like I teach entrepreneurs basically brand strategy and business strategy. I teach them if they really know what they're doing. Just they need to know the terminology and how to go about it. And so I decided that if I was going to do that, like it had to be different. And I was gonna have to just go all in on it. And so in order to do that, I'm like, okay, here we are. I have to be honest about who I am. I have to just go for it. And so I made this video. I started it very simply. I'm like, hi guys, I'm Tiffany. You know that already. Some of you know me from Tag Studio. Some know me from IYI. I'm done with all that. Like, Tag Studio is over. I'm putting IYI on the back burner. And I'm starting a new company. I don't quite know what that looks like yet, but I'll figure it out along the way. And so that's when I learned the power that talking about messy parts had. Because I got this video started. Like, comments probably never at it. I got so many comments on LinkedIn. So many people are like, oh, I've been there. And I'm like, so happy that you figured that out too. And that's when I learned that when we talk about messy parts, it helps us grow. Messy parts teach us what matters most too. Because when things get messy, we have to make hard decisions. We have to decide, okay, which thing am I going to go with? And because oftentimes to grow, things have to get messy, it really shapes who we are. And so that takes us to our very last moment. I want to hear some messy part stories. We've done this a few times, guys, so I don't expect you to just think a little bit quicker. But, okay. Just like I shared a messy part, think about a messy part in your story that can add some meaning, not just for you, but also add meaning for others. Because that's what I learned. Sharing messy parts of my story, like that's kind of my thing. I share imperfections, I share all of it down. And I've learned that that really has helped other people find meaning in my story because they can identify with it. So I'll give you a few more seconds, and then I want to hear from you. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Let's hear some messy parts. Job not working, you said? Love it. Messy. Anybody? Messy. I've been there. Anybody else? That was all by my eye. I was the planner, and I'm like, we have no plan. Yay! I have it over here too. Life interruptions. Those can be very messy, yes. Transitions to access can be messy. So just like you shared that today, I want to think about how can you go home and how can you add that to your story? How can you add that to your brand? Get your clients to get messy too. It's really fun. Like you get to hear really cool things they've done. And if they don't feel like answering the why yet, that's okay. So today, we covered a lot of things. I talked for a long time. We talked today about why embracing imperfection. We think this idea that if we start talking about the imperfections in our story, it's going to make it where our story doesn't make sense. Nobody's going to want to learn about our brand. It's going to like end our brand. And so we talked about the inverse of why that's not true, and why instead actually embracing those things, telling people that those things is the secret to having a great brand. So we started that by talking about how mistakes make connections. We talked about how we think that if we talk about our mistakes, it's going to make a bad impression. And instead, we learned that no, sharing mistakes gives people a moment to connect with us. It creates a connection point in our story. We then moved on to talking about struggles and how they build authority. Many of us think we tell people we struggle with something, instantly our credibility is gone, nobody wants to hear from us, we're the imposter that we always feel like we are, and how that's not good. Actually, talking about mistakes gives us a chance to build our authority, gets us a chance to talking about our struggles gives us a chance to build our authority and talk about our strengths. I was excited to get there, so I got there early. And lastly, we talked about the messy parts. We think we talk about the messy parts of our story, it's not going to fit, it's going to take away from the story, it might even overshadow it. And again, that's not true. We talk about the messy parts of our story, that gives our story meaning. We give people the chance to find their own individual meaning within our story, and just some cool things happen. So I'm gonna be honest with you. Although I took you through a crash course today, there are no expectations on my end, and I don't want you to have it either. You're gonna instantly like leave, and it is only you're gonna be approved at embracing imperfections. It's not gonna happen. It may not take you 3 companies like it took me, but it might take you a few times. And so there's gonna be a moment, might be later today, tomorrow, next week, 5 years from now. If it's 5 years from now, like good job. I don't know what to say. But you're gonna have this moment where you're gonna have that feeling again that like, oh no, I can't talk about this mistake. I can't talk about this imperfection. I can't talk about this struggle, this messy part. And so the next time that you feel that way, I want you to remember this quote. Tell the story of the mountain you climbed. Your words could become a page in someone else's survival guide. So thank you so much for spending time with me today. I hope that I encouraged you to embrace imperfection a little bit more, to not hide your mistakes like the title says. And I hope I convinced you why it's the secret to great branding. So thank you guys. And if you want to connect with me, you can do that by the links there. And that's what the QR code is for. Like, get it, you scan the QR code, you get the links. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Also wanted to real quick, I did lie, and speaking of making mistakes, God knows I wouldn't get up this morning if I worried about those things. Those great points. But we wanted to do a quick Q&A for this keynote. So a couple of minutes here. I'm just going to throw it out to you. Anybody have any quick questions? Go ahead and raise your hand, and I'll try to repeat your question so we have a mic for everyone out there as well.
And remember, I'm one of those folks. I don't answer questions about the messy part. I'm kidding. It is still a thing. It's on the back burner right now. I am deciding what to do with it. When I was running it, I saw a path for myself, like actually a path was made for me to really continue with that. And as much as I loved doing it, I realized like working with this youth is cool, inspiring the youth. I like that, but I like helping like adult entrepreneurs so much more. So it's on the back burner, but it'll come. I'll circle back around to it at some point.
Excellent.
Anybody else? Well, that means I did my job. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tiffany. Another sponsor, thank you. This is a little awkward only because Tori had asked me to do this on the notes here, but thinking Triad, which is where I'm from as well. So wanted to thank Triad CTV for their sponsorship and support of Indie Design Week, specifically the job fair networking sessions that we had together on campus downtown at Union 525 Monday evening. So it was a great event. Really appreciate their support of Indie Design Week, and we will continue to do that as we move forward. So excellent stuff. We'll continue to highlight key sponsors as we move through the day. Next speaker, we're going to move pretty quick here through the next couple of them. Some power hitting sessions, and then we'll take a break. So I want to give you a line of sight on when the restrooms will be open. But next up, we have Luke Fehribach. Luke Fehribach. Luke, we're going to walk through here. Luke is a great guy. Just met him in the back. Luke is a senior design at Kodo, and he graduated from Ball State, chirp chirp, with a degree in advertising. He also enjoys drawing beer and drawing beer. Right. Also cheese. He loves cheese. Luke, I'll let you have the stage.
I'll need that extra SBC. Oh, it's right there. I would just look around. Which screen do I share to? All right, well, while we're getting that figured out, I would like to ask you guys a couple questions about hiking through the fog. Have any of you experienced an immense patch of fog that you've maybe walked through or driven through? You can, whatever. If you've walked or driven through an immense patch of fog, or maybe even looked out your bedroom window to hardly see your neighbor's house. Well, good. That's good. You guys know what a fog is. That's great. Let me ask you a question and figure out how you feel about the fog. If you feel creeped out or unsettled by the fog, maybe it gives you a fear of the unknown or uncertainty, I'd like you to raise your right arm. Okay, and now raise your left arm if you feel positive about the fog, if you find it to be captivating or even whimsical. All right, that's good too. I feel like the creative journey of artists is very much like an immense patch of fog that we're all hiking through together, but separately at different points along our paths, which spurs my topic. We're all figuring it out as we go along. Literally, we're all figuring it out as we go along. So today I'm going to break down this concept of hiking through the fog into three main ideas: how no path is ideal, how your mentality dictates your fate, and how trusting and following your compass will lead you to emerge in your desired role or industry, or at least get you well on your way. But before we start our hike, I feel it's important to share a little bit about who I am as a person and the fog that I've had to hike through in order to be with you here today. As I was introduced, my name is Luke Fehribach. I like beer, I like cheese, and that's it. I've also been a graphic designer in Indianapolis for 8 years now. For the first 7 years of my career, though, I worked with marketing firms doing B2B type industry stuff for healthcare and association-based membership companies. I did all the classics like trifold brochures, corporate logos, PowerPoint presentations, and digital ads. But that's really not where my heart was at. I did not necessarily want to do that. So I needed a release from my day-to-day job tasks. I needed to find something that has more of a tangible connection to the B2C industry. That's where I was. That's where I wanted to be. You know, I wanted something that was more tangible, like beer cans and coffee bags. And so I had to have that release, and I wasn't getting that at work. So I had to find that release elsewhere. So I made something up. There's all the good stuff that I did for 7 years. So I made something up. I started an axe restoration company, completely out of left field. I'm a graphic designer, and I decided that I'd pick up woodworking. I changed my interests. So I've always enjoyed camping. When you camp, you need fire, fire needs wood, and wood needs chopping. And we all know what chops is an axe. So I always found that the axe is at the center of what I wanted to do with camping-wise. So I saw a need, or really a desire, for me to create this brand that was giving me a new channel of gratification that I wasn't getting at work. But flat graphics are cool and all, but they're even more cooler, to me at least, when you get to put them on real products, something that's more tangible. You know, this Dennis Axe Restoration Collection Company, it's a very long description, has real tangible products. It's not an apparel company or a lifestyle brand. These are tangible axes that I have restored myself, and I've even made coffee mugs and made stickers and stuff like that. That's all great. But eventually that led me to an opportunity with Kodo Design. I started working there last year, and in this short year, we've been able to do beer cans, whiskey bottles, and all the stuff that I wanted to do. You know, I don't know if I mentioned it, but when I go into a store, I buy things based off of their packaging. So I wanted to be that person that designs stuff, that inspires people to buy something, pull it off the shelf. So here's some of the work that I've been able to do in the short year that I've been with Kodo. And for those of you who don't know, Kodo is a small team design studio in Fountain Square that focuses on the food and beverage design industry, more specifically breweries and distilleries doing their branding and packaging all over the world. So as we can see, my creative journey over the past 8 years has kind of taken me all over the place, which leads me to my first idea, how no path is ideal. At 90% of my career, I was doing pulling images off of Shutterstock and putting those images in the PowerPoint presentations, and eventually that led me to doing branding and custom illustration work for those breweries and distilleries on an international scale. But that wasn't a straight line from point A to point B. You know, Kodo didn't just say, hey, let's hire this guy because he makes cool trifold brochures. That's not how it worked. Every time I tried to get ahead and jump industries between B2B and B2C, I was always met with a big wall of fog. And then I'd see another designer that looked like they had it all made and that they had it all figured out. And so I would go talk to them and realize that they see just as much fog as we do. We all see just as much fog as the person, we all see just as much fog in front of us as the person further along the trail. You know, we tend to compare ourselves to other people. We amplify their achievements that we see and compare that to our perceived imperfections. Even internally to ourselves, we downplay our wins and overemphasize our losses. That's not fair to ourselves as humans. We're in a constant state of learning. We need to remember that. We're in a constant state of fog. Sure, the person further along the trail may have figured out more than we have at the moment, but they have just as much on their mind to conquer as we do. It's hard to visualize where you're at in your foggy path, which could actually mean another thing is that you may actually be further along than you think you are. When you're in this fog, it's hard to tell where you're at. And when you can't tell where you're at, you rely on two things. You rely on your crew and you rely on your compass. And we'll touch on the compass later, but for now you have your crew. Those would be your friends, your family, your supporters to help encourage you and through your obstacles. It's also important to have cheerleaders, those that will encourage you when it's tough and motivate you, and also to congratulate you when you succeed and help you realize where you're at on your path. I just mentioned how we stress our losses. It's having those cheerleaders is essential to motivate us to keep going. And being a cheerleader for others is just as important than them being a cheerleader for you. Having this positive mentality leads me to my second idea. Mentality dictates fate. So I recently purchased a hammock, and I was excited to do some hammock camping. And for those who don't know, hammock camping is where you sleep in a hammock overnight suspended between two trees as opposed to sleeping on the ground in a tent. Well, I go camping with my brother. I've got this new hammock. I'm excited to try it out. Nighttime comes, we go to our respective hammocks, and you know when you reach a new environment, there's some mental adjustments that go along, and sometimes it doesn't go as planned. Well, this is one of those times where it didn't go as planned. So I'm in my hammock trying to get comfortable inside my hammock and outside my hammock. By outside, I mean there's nature happening all around me. Nature has some regular noises like the wind blowing or frogs croaking or cicadas. And I could hear all those, and those were fine. I was comfortable. But then a fog had eventually rolled in while I was restless. And it was a very thick fog, and there was a full moon, so the fog was really bright. It's kind of whimsical for me at this moment, but then my mind is in this new environment, so I'm in kind of a hypersensitive mode. So I start picking up these different noises that sound like scratching or sniffing, or there's a creature walking around our campsite. And I know it's not my brother because it doesn't sound that big. So I'm thinking, what could this be? Well, there's a full moon out tonight. Could be a wolf. No, it's not a wolf. It can't be. Wolves do like the full moon. So I'm thinking there's a wolf taking up residence outside my hammock. And this restlessness carries on for a couple more hours until 4 a.m. Finally, the fog breaks. And I'm able to peek out my hammock and see what it is. And it was a small raccoon. Most often than not, our obstacles are a product of our imagination. We tend to blow things out of proportion. For example, I thought a raccoon could have been a wolf or a feral dog of some sort. So I blew that whole situation out of proportion. Whenever we have a concept to do at work or we have a long timeline, we invest a lot in thinking. And thinking can lead to overthinking. When we overthink our scenarios, it's hard to come up with the simplest solution. And solutions are usually a lot simpler than what we originally think. So sleeping in the woods, I thought a raccoon could have been a wolf. So I had to find a way to get past the distractions of my imagination. And so my simple solution to that, after stepping back for a while, was to sleep with earplugs. And now I sleep great when I'm outdoors. Having those earplugs helped me retrain my brain. Retrain your brain to ask yourself a different question. For camping, I would ask, how are the imperfections of nature going to affect me? Now I try to ask, how can I enjoy the imperfections of nature? For my creative journey, I used to mix my life objectives in with my creative objectives, especially when working from home where there's that significant blend of life and work. So I would do my work at home, but in my free time, I would ask myself, how can I make myself happy right now? Which would be consumed with Netflix and scrolling on Instagram. Instead, now I've tried to ask myself, how can I be productive in my free time right now? Which can be as simple as doing the dishes in the sink to walking the dog. Doing one thing that's productive is the likelihood of you doing something productive after that one productive thing is greatly higher than by you starting off lazy. It goes back to that theory of an object in motion tends to stay in motion. So when you're in motion, you need to be mindful of your direction, and your compass will point you in the right direction. So we follow our compass. This can be tough when you hit a discouraging snag, and I have a discouraging snag, or at least I thought it was discouraging at the time. 3 years ago, I was very tired of my design career. On the edge of burnout, I was working from home all the time, and I was just not doing what I wanted to do. So I wanted to jump industries, like I mentioned earlier, from B2B healthcare to B2C breweries and distilleries. So I know that Kodo's around. I want to work for Kodo. So I do as any person would do. I decide I'm going to try to open my own door of opportunity. So I email Kodo. I find their contact information and I send them an email. But we all send everybody emails these days, and you have to stand out somehow. So I thought it would be great to have a catchy subject line. So I wrote Magical Kittens in Indy. I thought it was great. It has nothing to do with what I was giving them. I spent a whole hour on 2 paragraphs of text, choosing every word and phrase so carefully that I would come across as a true representation of myself through my words. You can proofread and read the email so many times and finally click send, and then you're just filled with immediate regret. What did I do? I sound so weird. Are they going to open this? Or if they do open it, are they going to respond? So I'm in this stage of worry. And eventually they do respond. They say, thanks, Luke. We'll keep your info on hand. That's a pretty generic response. I poured my heart and soul into this first email, and this is how they respond like 6 hours later. I thought that was it. I thought I was completely disregarded. But, this is what they said. This is what they typed out. But here's what I was reading when I felt like I was brushed under the rug, that they get a million emails like this each day, and I'm just another guy trying to be weird, trying to get into this agency. Fortunately for myself at this time, I was 1 week away from being married. So I had to focus on other things like the wedding and the honeymoon. And I buried this email in the back of my mind. Moving on, but I still wanted to work in this industry. So I kept working for it. I kept doing illustrations, posting to my portfolios, but I just kind of thought that I burned the Kodo bridge. But I work at Kodo today, so let's figure out how that happened. So 3 years from this email, I get a random email from Kodo that says, hey Luke, Kodo is on the hunt for a senior designer. We've dug your work for a while and would love to discuss the position with you. So my compass worked at this time. I was flabbergasted. I don't know how it worked. Was it my weird email, or was it the fact that I kept putting stuff in my portfolio that aligned with what I wanted to be hired for? I'd like to say it was the email, but it was probably what I put in my portfolio. Because people are going to hire you for what they see you put out in the world. Your dream job or dream client is not going to hire you if you have no experience. And if you can't get any real world experience, you need to make up some experience by doing fake projects. I believe a portfolio of fake projects that shows your desires and capabilities is far better than a portfolio of real projects that doesn't excite you. So fake projects shows what you want to do and shows that you can push yourself, and those are good things. A portfolio of real projects shows what you've done for money in the past and shows what you will continually do for money in the future because your dream clients don't know you're there. So dream clients will find you based on credibility, and credibility comes from the long game. The long game is far more rewarding than the short game. So our opportunities line up in weird ways. They go in weird winding paths, lots of fog. But eventually, if you trust your compass and you follow that needle, it's going to take you there. I'm starting to realize the fruits of my labor now. The stuff that I wanted to do for the first 7 years of my career are starting to fall in my lap because Kodo is giving me these opportunities. So sure, I might be standing up in front of you today telling you some cool or embarrassing stories about myself of how I finally cracked into my dream industry. But I don't want that to come off as, I've made it, my fog is cleared, because it hasn't. I'm still struggling every day. I have to do illustrations and branding that just makes my mind work super hard and overthink things a lot. I'm new to the food and beverage design industry. I've only been in it for a year. So, I'm learning everything every day, but nothing is a guarantee. I could be standing still appreciating where I'm at on the trail, but I have to keep moving, because if I stand still, I lose the opportunity to progress. So in conclusion, if we keep these 3 ideas in mind when you're experiencing a fog, just know that we're all hiking through it together. Ask for help when you want it or even need it, and find comfort in the fact that we're all just figuring it out as we go along. So thank you. Here's a couple ways to contact me if you want to talk further, but thanks.
Confirmed cheese. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you, Luke. As we move forward, we have one more session, and then we're going to take a quick break. So before we do that session, we're going to talk a little bit about our next sponsor, which was Developer Town. Developer Town is based in the Broad Ripple area, kind of attached to the Speakeasy down there on the south side of Broad Ripple. and they do incredible work. They offered a breakfast this week. I think Thursday morning they did a breakfast on site and an office tour. It's a really neat collaborative space. The way they organize, they have this massive warehouse, tiny houses where each employee gets their own office. It's on wheels so they can reorganize depending on projects and teams that they're working on. It's really innovative space in how they've organized personalized office space for focus and collaborative in-person meeting rooms and areas there. So excellent facility there, and appreciate their support of Indy Design Week and their ongoing support as we move through into next year. With that, I'd like to introduce Chris Hartley as our next speaker. Chris currently serves as a senior UX designer for SAP, where he designs software for household names and has contributed to the evolution of SAP's UX practice. He previously worked and later purchased a marketing agency where he served as the creative director. Chris was also 2021 Indy Design Week speaker and workshop facilitator. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you. Cool. Today I'm going to talk about stories. Stories have been around for hundreds of years, and that they were the foundation of our communication long before written word. And specifically to the, let me step back a second here. So we know that storytelling has all of these different facets and components, and what I really want to zoom into today is this little bit over here. That is the stories that we tell ourselves, and these can be these can be all different kinds of stories that we'll jump into in just a minute. But before we do that, I think it's important that we kind of acknowledge where we're all arriving today, and we're all arriving at a different place of this. Some of us may know and can acknowledge that we're telling ourselves a story about a particular situation, but today the goal is just to increase that awareness. So we all tell ourselves stories every day, many times a day. And sometimes those stories are about ourselves. Sometimes those may be about other people. They could be about different situations that we have just experienced or that we're going to experience in the future, and we have certain feelings about those. These stories can definitely add fun in our lives. These stories can also act as armor. So if you've heard of Brene Brown before, she describes armor as the way that we self-protect ourselves when we are in an uncomfortable situation. These stories also have the opportunity to have an impact on us. Whether that is, that can range from a positive to a negative impact on our mental health, physical health, and even socially. So I want to pause for a minute and think about a time when you told yourself a story that ended up turning out differently than what you thought it might. This could be about a presentation, about a certain moment in life. And I want you to think about how you felt during that moment. And hold on to that feeling, because we're going to revisit it in just a few minutes here. So as I told myself a story leading up to this many times, even just as I was walking over here. So I ran the opposite direction of public speaking for a very long time. I've been an anxious person my entire life, and also grew up with a pretty gnarly speech impediment. So if you can imagine that combination, there's a lot of self-doubt and other things like that are included in that story that I've told myself over the years. And if we're not mindful of the stories and how they exist, these stories can run wild. So as I've found myself in these different situations, I find that I've taken one of two paths. The first is to armor up and prepare for the worst. So this is me trying to protect myself and telling the story that this will have the worst possible outcome, even if it may or may not. There's the constant feelings of the what ifs. What if this happens? And it's me trying to prepare for any potential thing to happen. And it can often feel like this. And throughout the early parts of my career, this armor held me in place, and I thought that it was protecting me and allowing me to move through life how I wanted to. But I recently realized that it barely allowed me to move at all. It just really held me in place. The other path that I've recently became aware of, I guess, is instead of armoring up when any scenario happens, to really seek to understand the person, the situation, and try to remove the subjectivity of it all. And really this involves leaning into the courage and being vulnerable in these situations. Now I also ask a lot of questions, asking for clarity, and it's really helped me to not only learn how I want to show up for my team, but also but also the other way around. So in these scenarios, we need to think about what can we control. I think early in my career, this is what I thought, that I could just handle it all, no questions asked. But really what I've found is that as I've come into awareness and acceptance of it, it's really just acknowledging it and being at peace with it. Because there are so many things out of our control, and the more that we worry about those things, the more hindrance, I guess, we have in our day-to-day lives. So things that we can control on a day-to-day basis are our thoughts, our actions, and our behavior. So let's jump into a couple quick examples here. How many, by the raise of hands, how many people have gotten a message from somebody that's like this? And how did you feel when you got this? Nervous? Sure. Yeah. There are some very real feelings that have been informed by our past experiences. And younger Chris would have, again, armored up and prepared for the worst. Maybe I was in trouble. Maybe I was, just preparing for any possible scenario, because the worst had actually happened in the past. And again, one way that we can approach these types of messages is asking for clarity, just to give that helps us to set expectations for ourselves, as well as try to be better prepared for whatever this conversation might entail. And that I'm not at all trying to say that these are easy conversations to have, because there's definitely a lot of courage and vulnerability that we have to act on in these situations. Now, if you have, the first example is a more general example, but if you have a potentially tighter knit relationship with this person, um, you can bring them along and see what you're thinking and how you're feeling, um, and just to communicate that. And that is one thing that I am not very good at, but we talk about this a lot in my coaching sessions. I used to be a one-person team, so there was not a lot of communication outward. It was all, I have this thing to do, now I need to do it. And bringing people along is probably one of the things I'm working on the most right now. So here's another example. I raise of hands how many people have gotten an invite like this. And again, how do these feel, whether it's from a client or anybody else? Yep. So in this example, compared to the other, there are a lot more things that are out of our control. Even if we asked for that kind of clarity, depending on the various timing and whatnot, we may not even get the clarity that we asked for. So in this example, it's important to come back and think about, what can I control here? I can control my thoughts and my behavior as well as my actions. And in this scenario, I like to approach these meetings and invites with curiosity. So really trying to understand their objective and leading without the armor up, I guess is a better way to put it. And so taking a look at the examples that I've shared here, I wanted to leave you guys with some tangible steps. So first is being more aware of the stories that we are crafting. This might be a brand new topic. For others, it might be familiar, but overall, just small increments of, hey, I just got on a hard meeting and I'm feeling that I didn't show up in the way that I wanted to. And instead of potentially walking away from that and not addressing it, and walking from the meeting room back to my desk, I'm telling myself a particular story about that, and just becoming more aware of it is the first step. So next that I found incredibly helpful is taking a deep breath. If you've heard of box breathing, this is one thing that helps me out a whole lot. So if you're not familiar with it, you inhale for 4 seconds, hold it for 4, exhale for 4. You should repeat this 2 or 3 times. I find that it really helps to steer me back to where I want to be. And the third and final thing here again is to bring people along. This is what I'm again worried on the most, and if you are aware of it, if you are aware of the stories that you're telling yourself and you can articulate that, you can also communicate that to the people involved. And you may even, by bringing people in, you may help to inform and encourage others to do the same. And that's it.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris. This time we're going to take a short break, 15 minutes. Snacks, water over here, and restrooms are just past the snacks. So we'll see you back in 15.
Okay, folks, we're going to get started here in about 30, 45 seconds, so we'll start getting back in the room.
All right, welcome back. Hope everybody's refreshed and potentially a little lighter, and bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and raring to go for a few more sessions before we break for lunch. Before we do that, in this episode of Thank Your Sponsor, I'd like to highlight Salesforce. Salesforce sponsored the cleanup project downtown on the Heritage Trail this week and partnered with their team members as well as volunteers from Indy Design Week crew to do quite a bit of damage and a positively damaged. You get what I'm saying with that. So thank you, Salesforce. Appreciate the support. Moving on to facilitating design influence with Richard Armada. Richard has been a full-time designer since 2012. He's made his conversion to software product design in 2017. He joined Allegion in 2019 as a senior interaction designer. As part of Allegion's digital product team, he's taken their mission to turn users into fans. Welcome, Richard.
Thanks, Alex. Check, 1, 2. So I'm going to take some of Tiffany's advice of embracing the struggle and be very honest with you right now. I am quite nervous. But as Alex also mentioned, I'm also an interaction designer with a Legion. That's not all. I'm also a father of 3 and a husband. I'm the father of a son, a daughter, and a very nervous dog. Another thing that you might want to know about me is that I am a self-diagnosed introvert. I really try to avoid large crowds, and I really try to avoid speaking in front of a lot of people. So of course, it makes sense that I'm here today to talk to all of you about facilitation, the art of speaking in front of a group of people in order to inspire them to achieve their goals. But don't worry, I'm not here to talk about how to be a great facilitator, but how we, as designers, can use facilitation as a tool to help expand our influence and help our organizations grow their design maturity. And for full transparency, I will be telling my story from the perspective of an in-house design team. But my assumptions are that this could be helpful for agencies or solo startups to reframe the way they engage their clients to build stronger relationships. So you may be wondering, why do we need to level up our design maturity? And why should we expand our design influence? In 2019, Envision published a study that showed companies with a high level of design maturity were more successful across a wide variety of metrics. The study proposed a framework that assigned levels to companies with varying levels of design maturity. At the bottom, level 1 producers, and at the top, level 5 visionaries. 41% of the sample group were at the lowest level of design maturity, while only 5% were considered level 5 visionaries. Considering that and everything in between, odds are we all have the opportunity to help grow our design influence within our own organizations. In all industries across the board, there's room to grow. If we as designers want to help our organization succeed, and if we truly want to provide the most value for our customers, we need to improve our design maturity. If there's only one thing you take away from our talk today, it's this. Part of our mission as designers should be to help our organizations understand the value of design. We need to improve our design maturity. So what are some of the barriers? I know there could be a lot, but these are a few that I've encountered most in my years as a designer. Legacy systems that put an almost insurmountable constraint on what a designer can do to provide value to our customer. But in my experience, legacy thinking is an even harder barrier to overcome. Back when I used to work in healthcare and biotech, a lot of key stakeholders were subject matter experts in the healthcare industry and patient care. Innovation as a designer was nearly impossible because we'd always get pushback. We'd always hear things like, well, that's not how we do it, or this is how it's always been done. We can't change it. Believe me, I'm the expert. What's the ROI of design? This kind of question usually comes from a fundamental misunderstanding of the value of design. The business just thinks design is there to make things look pretty. They can't see how design helps their bottom line. When your organization lacks a clear and well-integrated design process, it is hard to keep everyone on the same page and speak the same language when we're talking about helping our customers. A lack of transparency. Sometimes someone along the chain of command have deemed that some things are need to know only. It's tribal knowledge. It's my silo. And design team, you don't need to know. Have you ever heard this? Well, the design team just doesn't understand our business. But what's the truth? We really want to understand, but somebody is gatekeeping the fountain of knowledge. But it can work both ways. I've seen design teams that want to hold the keys to their design magic, work behind closed doors, and not give away any of the secrets to their design superpowers. They really like to feel special. Production focus. Some organizations prioritize and incentivize delivery. Get this feature out the door, on time, and on budget. That's it. Design is often seen as a bottleneck. Your focus then is on building things fast instead of building the right thing. And we, as designers, want to build the right thing for our customers and the business. So what's the solution? It's pretty simple. Just become a level 5 company. A level 5 organization not only incorporates design processes into product development, but they also apply design to internal business strategies. So imagine a level 5 visionary organization. No more legacy thinking. No more misunderstanding the value of design. There will be a clear and well-integrated design process. No more silos, full transparency. And no more production-focused mindset. Pretty simple. Just become a level 5 visionary. But I know what you're probably thinking. How do we get from step 1 to step 2? How do we draw the rest of the darn L? Maybe better questions to ask are, how can we be better at showing our stakeholders and executives the value of design? Then from there, how can we start incorporating design into business processes? A possible answer to this is facilitation. For a little bit of background, I'm currently working with Scott Keekbush, the design director at Allegion, to build a design-led facilitation program. Over the past couple of years, we've facilitated processes and workshops, some software related, some not. And what we've realized is that as word has gotten around about what we've been trying to do, the demand has grown to be more than we can manage. So our vision for the facilitation program is to recruit and train a bunch of facilitators well-versed in design process and design principles as it relates to facilitation. This will give us the resources to continue to evangelize the power of facilitation, and then when someone asks, we can deliver. So in a nutshell, facilitation is an approach for engaging and guiding a group or team to increase its effectiveness in its work or making decisions. And facilitation is not just for meetings or workshops. Facilitators can also help guide processes, initiatives, and even projects. But why the heck should design lead this effort? Well, first, what makes a good facilitator? According to the International Association of Facilitators, a good facilitator seeks to understand the needs, purpose, and intended outcomes. What about a good designer? A good designer seeks to understand the needs, the purpose, and intended outcomes. A good facilitator seeks to understand by asking good, clarifying, or open-ended questions. A good designer seeks to understand by asking good questions. A good facilitator adapts and iterates as they learn more. A good designer adapts and iterates as they learn more. The similarities go on, but the point is, good facilitators use some of the same guiding principles as good designers. Designers can use their superpowers to help facilitate business processes. We can show the value of design while disguised as facilitation. So why facilitation? Why should an organization even care that they have a strong facilitation capability? According to Inc.com, we waste $25 million a day on unnecessary meetings, $37 billion a year. Now imagine, when trying to convince leadership to mature design within an organization, what would be your ask? You could try convincing them that design has all the answers to all their problems. Trust us, we're designers. Or you can offer to help them save millions, and oh yeah, by the way, maybe we can get a few of those meetings off your schedule. What's the easier sell? The value of facilitation is easy for anyone to understand. Fewer meetings, less wasted resources, better decisions. I'm going to take a few minutes to talk about my own journey to becoming a facilitator. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a relatively introverted guy, and I'm also recovering from imposter syndrome. With support and acknowledgement from my peers and managers, I realized two things that really opened up possibilities for me. One, giving voice to my perspective had value. Two, the questions I asked had value. I realized that I could step outside my comfort zone and grow professionally. I started speaking up more. I submitted workshop and speaking proposals to Indy Design Week. I volunteered to facilitate, specifically the Experience Brief workshop. The Experience Brief is a tool that Scott brought to Allegiant and helps cross-functional teams align on common product development goals. It contains concepts like journey maps, target audience, problem statements, and other design concepts that can be hard for product teams to manage or wrap their heads around. They needed help. After I got a couple of these workshops under my belt, I really started to understand how participants found value in the questions I asked and guidance I gave. And even more surprising, I saw more and more start to speak with a design language. Both Scott and I saw this as an opportunity to use design thinking tools to facilitate other processes and initiatives at Allegiant. An example of one of the teams that I helped through facilitation was the cybersecurity team. They were starting a new initiative and were wondering how they might infuse a culture of secure design into Allegiant software development. They had a vague idea of what they wanted to achieve, but couldn't put it into words. Through facilitation, I helped them to clearly define their objectives and desired outcomes. They had a vague idea of who they wanted to reach. Through facilitation, I helped them to define their target audience and understand how far off they were from their desired outcomes. I helped them determine what key results and metrics they needed to measure and monitor in order to ladder up to their primary objectives. And I helped them design a plan for achieving those key results. So does it work? Is design-led facilitation helping us to level up our design maturity? Honestly, I don't know yet. But what I do know is how my engagement with stakeholders and product partners has changed. I'm hearing more and more of my peers and leaders speak in a design language. I'm hearing people asking better, open-ended, probing questions like, how does this help the user? What problems are we trying to solve? I'm not sure yet if facilitation will help us get where we need to be, but in my gut, it sure feels like it. It feels like a step in the right direction. But as a designer, I know that that is just an assumption, and I won't know for sure until we measure it. For me, the definition of success looks like this. I get up, I go to work, and I know in my bones that every day what I have to say as a designer matters to the organization, and what I do as a designer has a positive impact on our customer. And everyone I work with, from the CEO to the product team, finds true value in my work as a designer. Imagine that. And that may sound aspirational, but that's the point of aspiration. It's a vision for a better future. All we have to do is take the first step. Imagine that. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Excellent feedback. Quick thanks to Arc Printing. Arc Printing helped with all the design posters and entrance and the identifiers for the week. They did great work and helped us facilitate and communicate. So they did an excellent job. And also the Union Campus. That's where we held a networking and job fair on Monday. It's also where Triad has their headquarters downtown. It's a great co-working space building as well as individual offices. So it's a neat space to come down and take a look at. Next up, we're going to My Product Journey Design with Alex Brown. Alex is a senior product designer at Contra, currently creating tools that enable and empower the independent workforce. She's passionate about design, systems, and working while traveling, but Indy is always home base. Welcome, Alex.
Great, thanks everybody. So yeah, just a little more introduction about me. Hey, I'm Alex. I'm a senior product designer at Contra, but a little bit about me is I'm an Indy native, so born and raised, but I'm currently living in Broad Ripple with my husband, who is a senior front-end engineer. And I'm sure if anyone knows that engineering design relationship dynamic, those are super fun conversations. But also up on the screen is our dog Coda, which I'm sure you know from that picture. He runs the show. But I've added a few fun facts up there. But when I heard about this theme for this year's Indy Design Week, Emergence, I knew that I wanted to share my story about how past decisions and influences have really shaped the designer that I am today. So without further ado, here's my product design journey. How I started as a nursing student and ended up as a product designer at a startup. So, creativity has followed me all of my life. I was always painting, dabbling in ceramics, taking photos, throwing them into Photoshop. I did an independent art study all 4 years of high school with a teacher who really pushed me to, explore my creativity. The problem was, in my career, I wanted to help people, and I didn't know how to do that with art. As in Indiana, I'm pretty sure we're taught in school. It's healthcare or business. So by the time I graduated, I had already accomplished quite a few dual credit classes towards that nursing degree. So I was ready to go. And so fast forward through, a summer of in anticipation, waiting for my career to start, I was met with a lot of disappointment. And fast forward through a miserable first semester of pre-nursing classes, and a very memorable night at a library where I just threw an eraser at the wall, I decided that nursing was out. So the first thing that I had to do was tell the parents, which, let's be honest, is the scariest part of this entire journey. I was met with a lot of confusion, hesitance, and finally one of the best pieces of advice I've ever received. You have to do what you love. Thanks, Dad. And so once the Band-Aid had been ripped off, I did a lot of exploration, and I actually ended up taking a career assessment test. And guess what was number one? That's right, a bartender. And so there you go, the decision was made. However, coming in hot at number 2 was a visual designer. And so like I said, being born and raised in the Midwest, my knowledge about the world of design was pretty limited. I had heard about graphic designers, of course, and that sounded pretty great. But I had no idea how much further that, design profession spread. It didn't matter though, because after reading that little description, I was convinced that this was my dream career. So I was fortunate enough to attend Chen School of Art and Design right here in Indianapolis. And from the moment that I started that first design class, I knew that I had made the right decision. Still, I had no idea how broad my world was opening up by getting a degree in visual communication design. So, after 2 years in the program, the dream career that I and my fellow classmates had for ourselves was working at one of the local brand print marketing agencies, all of which had an open floor plan and a beer fridge. And what could possibly be better than that? So still, yeah. And so I completed 2 internships during this period, both which, checked off that dream career. And one even had a Nerf gun marks in the office, which, to be honest, where I drew the line. But in all seriousness though, this is when I learned that I didn't really vibe with the office life, especially the part where my physical presence was a commitment. And I learned that I was much more productive when I had the freedom to choose my work environment. So, turning back to college, the back half was really focused on user experience, which I found fast and hard. And this is when I truly understood the sheer impact that design can have in the world. And so in addition to user experience, we focused heavily on UI design for the last few semesters. And for my senior thesis, I did the UI UX of a greenhouse app, which, looking at it now, has some of the worst contrast issues I have ever seen. But we all start somewhere. So as graduation approached, I started browsing local job listings, but I didn't feel the spark with any of them. And this, paired with PTSD of office life, sent me scrambling to find the perfect post-graduation job that I didn't want to admit didn't exist. So, what did I do? I applied for every remote company I could find, which were few and far between because the pandemic had not yet created the culture boom. And so, was underqualified for most of them, all of them. And, I got through a few rounds with some companies, but of course they all ended up with a more experienced candidate. So, with graduation getting closer and closer, I started thinking about a non-traditional career. And so I had freelanced multiple times throughout school, and the thought of being an independent designer was incredibly exciting. Not only could I choose who I wanted to work with, when I wanted to work, but it also really accomplished those career goals that I wanted. Being an independent designer meant a more direct impact between my work and real people. So even though I was terrified on taking on the risks, the unknowns, the networking, I decided that the prospect of freedom in a career was worth it. And so at first, I focused mostly on work for small businesses, so brand strategy, branding, web design. And as much as I loved iterating, on a bomb logo, my favorite part was brand strategy, really understanding the ideal customer for the business and designing for them. And so after a while, I started switching gears. I took on larger businesses as clients. And this is when I was able to collaborate with other designers, which I loved. And so, while I still worked on some branding projects, my roles became more web-focused, and I took more of the UX-based route. And things really started shifting gears when one of the remote companies that I had interviewed before graduation reached out and said, hey, do you want to join our team as a contractor to help design a conference experience? And I was like, yes, please. Anyone who has worked as a full-time freelancer knows that having one client is the best thing that you can do for your mental health. And so not only did I love working with their small team of designers, I enjoyed working in a more tech-focused environment. And above all, I was obsessed with working on the app for the conference. It was the best. And it was with this client that I realized that product design, for me, was the ultimate opportunity to make a real impact on people. So, independent life was rewarding, exhausting, like all great things. It allowed me to explore and learn various aspects of design. I really understood the value of flexible and remote work. I learned how to run an entire business by myself. And, I could make plans, I could travel, and I could take as many mental health days as I wanted, all while making money. And seeing that flexibility is on there twice is because it was very important. On the flip side, it took major headspace to keep up with the communication, the client management, the payments, the invoices, the taxes, the bills, the write-offs. And on top of all of this, you had to do the actual work. So I was excited, but I was definitely hesitant when I first thought about transitioning in a full-time role, since I had such passion for that flexible and remote work. Fortunately this time though, the job search looked a lot different this time around. Remote listings were booming, thanks COVID, and I was drawn towards the small tech startup world where I could directly make a difference in someone's life. And while there were a lot of companies that I thought were interesting, it was hard to find a product that I truly resonated with. Then, to the angel choir, I found the company. Contra, a platform for independent remote workers, had a listing for a product designer. Bonus points if you had experience as a freelancer. Could this be it? The interview process was intimidating, it was rewarding, it kept my hopes high, and as the last piece of it, I was given a design challenge where I could really flex my UX thinking. And so I cleared an entire wall in my apartment, threw those stickies up there, and created a life-size user journey map. And guess what? I got it. And the coolest part is I'm still at Contra today, even more confident that this was the path for me. So, the main reason I wanted to be a nurse was to help people. And now I help the future of independence and the future of independent work and create tools that enable and empower this new workforce. A user base that I empathize with, I understand, and I'm driven to help succeed. So as a product designer, I'm directly helping make a bigger impact on the world. It just looks a little different. So, what are my takeaways for you? One, everyone's path is different. You know, my career path was far from linear, as you just heard. And in design, that's what's so cool, is there's not a correct path. Instead, that path is what shapes you into the unique designer that you are. So sharing one of my favorite quotes from Karen Walrond, comparison kills creativity. Nobody can do it with your voice, your experience, your insight. Your path is your superpower. Second, the world of design is huge. Seriously though, like I'm constantly amazed how design makes space for literally everyone. So remember, if you're unsatisfied or unfulfilled in your current position, there's a space for you. And lastly, you gotta do what you're afraid to do. I had to end on a cheesy one, but it's true. We all have those things, you know, that we want so badly, but fear and comfort are holding us back. You know, if I had been too afraid to switch career paths, to start freelancing, to stop freelancing, I wouldn't have found my purpose in design. Another example is I've always wanted to talk at a conference, and here I am, shaking, scared as hell, talking to all of you. So here's your sign to do what you're afraid to do. And with that, I want to thank you all for coming and listening, supporting Indy Design Week. Please reach out to me. I would love to connect. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Alex. You know, everybody keeps saying that they're nervous and scared, but to all of us out here, you can't tell it at all when everybody's presenting, so excellent work. Good. The building here, it's beautiful. You're going to take a tour. Let's do it. We're going to be walking around, taking and giving tours of the building. Who are we going to connect with? The tours. Let's see, I lost my note on the name. Kyle Pinches. Kyle available with his hand. So there he is. If you want to take a tour, find Kyle. Preferably not during a session, maybe during a break or over lunch. And he'll kind of walk us around and we can all judge politely in our head on if software design translates to architectural design and workflows in space. But don't share it with them. It's beautiful. Okay. Next we have, back to my speaker notes, Lauren Zoll. Studio Lauren Zoll creates meaningful art and embraces simplicity as a tool to engage new ideas. Zoll's practice oscillates between abstract material experimentation and designing interactive public art. She holds an MFA from Cranbrook Academy of Art with a focus in metalsmithing and architecture. Zoll's studio is a certified woman-owned business and is located in Sobro here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Lauren.
Hey guys, great to be here. How's the sound? Can you hear me? Okay. So, I am an artist and I spend most of my time designing my art. I'm here to talk about public interactive art, and I'll be introducing a project to you called Bending Light de Blanc and La Luz. This is in Shelton Heights Park in Indianapolis, and I encourage you all to go out there. It's a great, wonderful truck. And it's on the west side, and I'll tell you more about where. But the reason I wanted to talk about interactive art is because I think there's one version of it that's pretty popular, and given that we designed it in April 2020, I wanted to take it deeper. So connectivity at every step is very important. So we wanted to talk about connectivity to the park. It was a community-run park. How do we connect to the people? How do we connect to the material of the time? And then how do we connect to the natural world? This is Shelton Heights Green Space Park. This is the site before before Bending Light was installed. Again, so this was April 2020. So I'm out here, awarded this commission, and looking at this space like, wow, what's going on in the world? And there's this empty space here. So that was a great challenge, but also something that I'm pretty good at is creativity. So how did I go about this? Like a designer, what's great and what is a problem? So one of the problems is on the right where the empty space is, people weren't going around there. It was really disconnected from the rest of the park. And a positive part was that there were these existing benches all over, so great infrastructure already. And after talking to the park, I knew that I wanted to design for intergenerational families and, a place for people to sit and while their children could run around. Another problem on the very left were these former electrical poles. So they were like decommissioned, but they were still in the ground and they still had wires around them. So I knew something had to happen with that. And on the very left was this awesome native flower bed that Keep Indianapolis Beautiful planted. And Keep Indianapolis Beautiful commissioned myself along with Indianapolis Arts Council because I previously worked with dye from natural plants and nanotechnology, and I would fuse those two together on glass pieces. So given that this was going to be in the public, I wanted to do a few things, is have the color selections actually not be subjective. I knew that these colors were the colors of photosynthesis. Also, at the time, what was happening in the world, it was just so confusing. So I'd go to the park and I'd look every morning and watch the sunrise and the sunset. And for me, that was just the grounding moment. And the park was really on this great east-west corridor. So I started to use light as my medium. Also, at the time, you all can probably remember those plexiglass sheets going up left and right. And it just was like, well, that's kind of strange. And as an artist who's worked with reflection all the time, all I would see were the reflections and the bending light, people's, faces morphed and products morphed. And to me, that was interesting. So instead of glass, I moved to these plexiglass rods that I experimented with many years ago. And knowing that they could be, last 10 years, stand up to the heat, and at the same time, it was a contemporary material. And as a contemporary artist, that's really important to me. So we have color, we have material, and the natural world. As an artist, but also this is really my job, is to design the art, I knew a couple of things. I knew I was using light. I knew I had a budget, and when I was thinking of the material, I came across this sketch by architect Alvar Aalto, and this was just like the perfect sketch. It's so simple, but the meaning in it to me is so big. So this is a sketch about the healing light in a hospital during the time of tuberculosis. So this actually greatly influenced architecture, moving out into the balconies and getting health outside more. So when I saw that, it had so much in there, and also at the same time these straight lines. So I know there's a lot of graphic designers in here, and this is an unusual moment, but where the graphic actually turns into a sculpture, for me, is what ends up. You'll see the final piece. There's this interesting relation between graphic and sculpture. So here, this is a sunburst. I want everyone to be able to connect to art. For the last 10 years, I've really been working on how to bring, Indiana crowds into art, and I always need a segue. So I wanted to use a really popular image, graphic design 101, like sunburst. So this is what I ended up with, and again, I didn't want to bend acrylic rods for budget restrictions and fabrication. So like, great, this is the straight line and so much meaning. So instead, I thought, instead of bending material, the acrylic can actually bend light itself. So I relied on the material to perform the bending, and the refraction on its own. So the inherent thing that the material does. Here is the site of bending light. Here is the total perspective. You can see these giant trees. And this is scale. So that's 30, the sunburst sculpture on the right is 30 feet tall. These are the reading stations, which I'll talk to you about in a minute, actually. And here's sunburst, which is 30 feet tall, 16 feet wide, and has an area that you can step in and interact with it. Here's a detail, because while sunburst, you can see it from very far away, like in the first picture, but you can also come up close with it and have this intimate relationship, because the acrylic magnifies the paintings that I do on the underside of the sculpture. So far away and close up, and how can you kind of walk around the sculpture and develop an intimate viewing process with it. So, interaction. This is a great spot, so please go there and take your photo. There's some really cool stuff you can do with perspective. I'll kind of have that like rococo light coming out of your head or your soul. So, generally we talk about interaction, get in there, take a photo with that Instagram, awesome. However, for me, thinking beyond that interaction was so important, because kids were out of school for a year. And, no one was really getting to get their educational programs, and often it doesn't even have art in the first place. So while the kids were out of school, I also was working with my 5-year-old with me at the time. I focused on the potential for art to be conceptual, educational, and become a tool for demonstrating these concepts that aren't just in art, but they're actually in physics. Physics is refraction. I call it bending light. In translation, it's actually not de Blano la luz. That was kind of an accident. That means double light, which actually was perfect, because this is all double light and bending light. So here, this is the reading station. So you take out this publication in this box and you go to the reading station, and I'll show you all the process. But here you can also see that the sculpture is on the former electrical base. So again, with budget, didn't want to get rid of it. I said, how can we use this? Here is the publication that I designed after I realized I wanted to not only help families talk about light and science, but also use this idea of the acrylic as a magnifier and oculus. This one here I designed with my friends at Commercial Artisan, and we worked with a scientist to talk about actually how light reflects. The half graphic is the equinox, and then we have the how does light hit and travel across the sunburst, and then finally talking about human light on our bodies. And to the right, you can see we give a demonstration. Try this. Bring the publication to the sculpture and test it out. These are the graphics that actually do the light bending we're showing. So this is my favorite part, and they're each designed the width of the acrylic lens, and the graph paper actually, when you put it behind a rod, it becomes not a graph, it becomes wavy lines. And that's actually a space-time relationship, but that'll take me a long time to get there. So, also Shelton Heights, the tubular writing to the left of the graph that flips, and you can read Shelton. The hellos, the hello there, and the arrows, they're flipped. So, and one hand is like a material response, educational and light. I'm like a very inside out, backwards person. So when I learn about science, I feel like I'm learning about something else, and I want people to enter science through art. or some people need to enter art through silence. So this was a great way to have that interaction, thinking about connectivity all of the way. So here is the publication inside the reading rod. We call it actually reading stations, and this is the native garden behind there. So all the color from the publication is picked out from these native species. I really designed it for kids, so you can see this rod bending those lines on the diagonal, and now they're horizontal wavy lines. Some become wavy, some become flipped. And on the publication box, we put a acrylic rod as well, so that we can keep the identity the same, but also it's a space to read it as well. Here's an example of the hello there, and on the back side of this publication, there's an actual leaf, printed image leaf, so we also encourage picking up grass and even looking at your hands through there. I designed it for all bodies, all heights. That's my child right there reading. And the important thing to me was keeping spatially, connectivity. How if you're at Sunburst, can you get a publication and go to the other side of the reading stations? So keeping a area for great flow. It actually takes up 1/3 of the park, the whole sculpture, and really made that area come alive, which is great because it actually wasn't a very safe space before. And there was a lot of crime and theft. So I had to really get this thing into the ground. And while, this is bending light in the summer solstice sunset here, you can see the light and see the rays, but also has a robust steel sculpture to keep all the parts together. And along that way, for people in the community park, how does this happen? This is in their park, and this piece is in there. So how does this giant sculpture just end up there? It's talking about connectivity. I wanted to bring them along the way here. So in the publication, we have this from inspiration to reality. How does an idea come up with? And how does it end up as a sculpture? So I wanted to bring the conversation of design into this park. So, you can read that, there's this sunburst idea, and maybe you think of that in the space, and then you have to come up with material. How do you pick out color? And this really helps draw everybody into the design process, because I want that to be a transparent process. And so thank you, everybody, for listening, and Studio Lauren Zoll. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lauren. A few notes here before we break to lunch. We're going to open some of the doors here. You can eat lunch here in the open space as well as outdoors. Beautiful outdoors. It's wonderfully nice today. So enjoy that and get some fresh air. We had the tours that are available. So again, if you want to do that, you need to track down our boy here, Kyle Pinches. There he is again. He's waving us down. So do that. Trash is also in the common area out here. We're all going to meet back here at 12:55 so we can get settled in and get kicked off for the afternoon. Thanks. you need to use facilities, just make sure be polite about it, maybe during a break, and between speakers, that sort of thing. So, if you grab water, you might need. All right. With that, I'd like to introduce Tori Rice, and she's going to be talking about the principles of relationship design. Pull up a little bit about Tori. Tori, where's Tori at? She's on the way. And I have the, Tori, I'm going to apologize, I have the wrong link on bio. So, you have to tell us a little bit about yourself as we'll play that when we go. Good. Thanks, Tori.
All right. Can you hear me? Yep, I'm Tori Rice. I'm a senior product designer at Salesforce. I've been there for the past 3 years. I'm trying to remember what I wrote in my bio. I love solving solutions for complex problems, and I hang out with my 1-year-old daughter and read books and cook. So there's my bio. All right, am I sharing? Yep. And I apologize. I left the clicker in the other room. If I could have it, that would be great. Thank you so much. But I'll start. All right. Sorry. Yeah, this is it. I like rushed in here and I forgot the clicker. I'm trying to keep us off track this time. Thank you so much.
No problem.
All right. Okay, so today I'm here to talk to you about the principles of relationship design. So, what is relationship design? It's a practice that anyone can use, and it centers around the notion that strong relationships between customers, business, employees, communities help create more sustainable solutions and help to drive social change. So, relationship design really builds off of the human-centered design foundations in UX design and service design. So UX design focuses on the experience that a person has with the product, and that's usually a digital product. Service design focuses on all of the touch points that that person has with a company throughout their journey. And relationship design builds on both of those to not only focus on someone's individual experiences with a product, but their relationships with other people, their engagements over time, how they're embedded in their communities and within their society. So relationship design has a few building blocks. The first being the 4 mindsets. Those are courage, compassion, intention, and reciprocity. The second one being the tools, which many of you I'm sure have heard of before. Jobs to be done, consequence scanning, journey mapping, things like that. And the last one are the principles, which are values-driven, accountability, social, and scale. I am sure that you can tell by the title of my talk that we will be covering the principles. So people today are really demanding more from the companies that they engage with. And relationship design is all about engagement. So values are no longer an option for companies. Consumers are making values-driven decisions, and they're demanding that companies do that as well. The world needs more accountable designers. Customers really want accountability and transparency in their products, the services, and the business operations that companies have. And social, everything is social nowadays. There are rarely any solo builders, solo users. The more that the world becomes interconnected, we really need design and designers to consider how their choices affect not only an end user, but the interactions that they have and the people that they have relationships with and the world around them. And lastly, scale. As data and information continue to scale, we really need to make sure that our businesses are scaling our relationships with those customers. So why use relationship design? You know, in these past couple of COVID years, I'll call them, we've seen some massive shifts in the way that people work. And that was already a change that was happening in the business world, and it was just accelerated very quickly when that happened. And so we're working in a completely new landscape. People are working from home. People are working from anywhere. We've got that notion of quiet quitting, and we've all been witness to the Great Resignation. The way that we support one another at work has changed. You know, how do we give people the cognitive space to develop relationships in this new world? How do we give them the time to reflect, recharge, maybe build their own personal skills that they want to pursue? And lastly, but not least importantly, purpose and values are now a business imperative. You'll see up here, 90% of consumers believe that companies have a responsibility to impact the world in a positive way. And 79% of the workforce says that they would consider leaving an employer if they did not share their values. So those are some really big statistics for businesses to take into consideration. So, the juicy part. How do we use relationship design? Well, relationship design builds on design thinking. And I'm sure many of you are pretty familiar with those 5 phases of design. Discover, define, design, deliver, and deploy. You may have seen them with different names. They're all essentially the same thing. What relationship design asks you to do is to consider values, accountability, scale, and the social context within each of these phases of design. So the first phase of design is the discover phase. So in this phase, you're really understanding your problem, laying that all out, doing some research, getting that all covered. What relationship design asks you to do is to consider the wider ramifications of what your solution may be. Some questions you may ask yourself from a relationship design point of view are there any wider trends relevant to what I'm designing? Am I making sure that marginalized groups have a say in my design process? Do I have any biases that might hinder the way that I'm thinking through this process? And is there any relevant customer feedback that we have from earlier implementations that could be pertinent in this design? The next phase is the define phase. So in this phase, what we're doing is we're really framing our problem. And we kind of have an idea of the point of view that we have for our solution. A question that you may be guided by in this one is, what could I build? Or what should I build? I'm sorry. So what relationship design asks you to look at are the roles of diversity and values in your process. Am I making sure that diverse opinions are being heard in decisions that matter during my design process? Is there any unintentional harm that's happening with what concept I'm coming up with? And are my processes and products really showing the values that I have and the business has? And the third phase is the design phase. So in this phase, you're asking yourself 2 questions. What should I build, but at a higher fidelity than the define stage? And then also, what does that look like? What does that feel like? How will this behave? And relationship design asks us to consider what the social impact of that solution might be. So some questions you may ask yourself here are, again, is there any unintentional harm that this solution could have on society or our users? Are there any domino effects that could cause pain point for others? Am I looking through the lens of the 4 mindsets, which you saw earlier, that we have not covered, but those are compassion, courage, intention, reciprocity. And I'm making sure that the values of inclusive design are in this solution. And I will cover deliver and deploy together. So 4 and 5. So these are really when you're building out your solution. A designer in this phase would probably be refining their prototypes, getting them ready for production. So in this phase, relationship design asks about social context and accountability. Right, this is going out into the world. We want to make sure it's the right thing. So is your concept going to scale well? Is it accessible, especially to those marginalized groups that we talked about? Are there any unintended uses that you have found, and do those align with your values, not only as a designer, but for your company? So you see, if you follow the design process, you're really empathizing with your users, you're going to come up with a better product. If you pair that design process with relationship design, You'll have better internal relationships, and you'll foster better external relationships, which over time will lead to better business value. And that is it for relationship design today. If you'd like to learn more, please check it out in the trailhead. And there's also a QR code where you can learn more at salesforce.com. Thank you.
INDX for hosting the Science Studio Talk this week. Opened up their space and helped host that and facilitate those conversations. So appreciate INDX and the support of Indy Design Week. I'm sorry? IXDA. Excellent. Andy Chen is a software design lead and strategist at SEP. He was previously the creative director of Lilly's Clinical Innovation Lab, director and curator of the Stutz Art Space Gallery, and a star co-founder and CTO. Welcome, Andy.
Hello. Okay, so what I'd like to talk about is the growing use of design in the tech industry, and how sometimes to us designers that progress can feel slow. And sometimes it can be challenging for designers to feel that they're having the strategic influence that they'd like to have. So I first came across UX way back in the year 2000. I was working as a software developer. And this was just when we had survived the Y2K bug, civilization was still intact, computers were notorious for being hard to use. And in this moment, I found honesty and legitimacy. And I would be flawed. Yes, this is what we need. This is the way I want to. So even then, there was a lot already established in this field. If you go way back to 1970, Xerox PARC was already establishing human-computer interaction. And by 2004, all the things that we look up as foundational to how we do user experience were already there. So you would think now, 20 years later, we've got this really well figured out, right? So let's see how this is going. Okay, so now it's 2022. You're at work, and they come to you with a new project. And the designers were all excited. We're going to jump in, we're going to explore, we're going to ask all these why questions. And what we met with confusion, concern, and wondering about these don't feel like the important things. So then I'm wondering, it's like, have we made it very far at all? What's going on? Okay. So then we pause this scenario and give ourselves a little bit of a break and say, actually, we have an amazing time of momentum. And if you look at the training that's out there, just among the college programs, undergrad and graduate, there's like great programs all around the world. There's all kinds of things that are alternatives to university education out there. There's lots of free resources. If you look at how people are home, look at IBM in the year 2012, you had one designer for every 72 software developers. by 2017, they had one designer for every software developers. In 2020, within 1 year, Facebook hired 1,000 designers. And we have roles in UX from entry level all the way up to the C-suite. So obviously, businesses are valuing what we do, right? Look at the tools out there. It wasn't very long ago that there were no dedicated UX tools, right? I remember making my mock-ups in Photoshop and interactive prototypes with Keynote. And now look at this abundance of riches that's out there among not just UI, but research and ways to manage and facilitate the work that we do. Okay, so even with all that, we know that it can still feel difficult. And one reason is people like to work on things that are well defined. That's just so comfortable. And by very nature, design is squishy and undefined. And the people that we work with, the organizations, have to feel that the return of design is greater than this possible discomfort that they would have to go through. And in addition, our training is to be user-centered, right? That's part of how we love the impact that we hope for. But that actually can be really working against us. So let's go back to these initial questions that we would have. And when we come in here, the reason we're asking these questions is we see opportunity, a way to make a difference. And the organization, what do they see? They see risk. They're scared, right? When they see these unknowns, first they knew where their project was going, they had a definitive timeline of when things could be delivered, they knew how much it would cost, and now we're coming in and they feel like we're just tearing it off. And what's happening here is there's a fundamental disconnect, because we have most of our empathy for one group of users, which is the customers, and then we have low understanding for another very important group, the business. And so what it is we cannot solely focus on this part that we love, the user experience. So when I was working with the innovation lab at Lilly, there were other groups that were interested in how we were working. And we put on a design thinking workshop. It was a half-day thing. And people that went through it were just delighted because they never had a chance before to have a way to directly consider how the work they were doing and how it was used by patients. And it got so much traction that they asked us to do it again and again, and then they added it to their official professional development courses. And before long, we had hundreds of employees went through this workshop. And it sounds amazing, right? All this exposure to work. But what I did not hear was the ability for anybody that went through that workshop to then use those methods in their day-to-day work. So what happened? Well, you might have seen a diagram like this before, right? And you know to do design well, you have to consider all three of these, the business, the user, and the technology. And with these workshops, they're so overemphasized on the user that we did not consider how they would bridge and tie that work back into the business and the tech. And so you can see how it's easy for us to make these users much larger than the others do. How do you think some of these other areas see this diagram? Well, business probably sees it more like this, right? The business is concerned about how do we get money from people our way. That's what they're thinking about. Okay. So we need to face the truth here. To reach our goals for the user, we have to work with the money. And in fact, as you look at the big jumps through history of adopting design, those decisions were based on that, not based on the increase in value of the needs of users. In the early 80s, when the PC revolution happened, this is when things switched from mainframes to personal computers. And with mainframes, the enterprise decides to spend the money.
Now that we had personal computers, people at home, the users, the end users were deciding to spend the money. So all of a sudden, user experience was getting in the way of money flowing to the business. With the web revolution, you would pay for software first, and after you bought it, you would experience it. With the web, you experience it first. If you like it, then you would pay for it, right? So it was because there was a block in the flow of money. That was the first priority, followed up by user experience would help unblock the flow again. If you look at startups, and when they get mature enough to where they want to hire a head of design, often the first project that they'll focus on is a design system, right? And these are some of the reasons that a business would really value a design system. So what's in common about these reasons? Well, they're not about user experience either. They're about money. It's the business got to a point where they couldn't scale well, and a design system would really help them have more reuse. They could get their productivity up. They could distribute knowledge because now it's documented how all these components should be used. And they could be more consistent in their brand. These are all about growing the company better first, the user experience second. So what do we need to do here? Okay, so we need to understand the values of the business because the business is as much users as the customers are. So these are things like asking questions. What are the key activities of the organizations we work with? Who are doing these types of activities? How do you reach, complete, and keep customers? What's the business currently striving to do? And why is that important to do right now? And then that very thing they're doing right now, how does that help them get to where they want to be in a few years? So once you have these business needs, you have to yank them together with the user needs, and that's what we designed for, both of those together. And if you're looking for practical ways for how to do this, there's this book by Tori. It's called Continue Discovery Habits. And it's got some very practical methods on pursuing this. And I've heard from other folks that have read this that it's easy to come to this from just a user lens. But if you read this book, make sure you pay attention to all the business details. Okay, so we actually live in an amazing time for our industry. To do what we value for the users, we can't solely focus on the user experience. And the other thing that we need to do is learn to speak the language of the business. So thanks so much. If you'd like to talk about this more, I'd love to get
Possibilities.
But I would go back and listen. How did that feel?
I think it was fine. This is at Capital One. He heads user research practice, program execution, and departmental strategy, enabling his team to drive business decisions through customer insights. Prior to Capital One, he led a research team across Verizon's digital channels. Welcome, Devin.
Oh, thank you. I forgot the one thing they told me to remember. Good thing I'm loud, right? Okay. So anyway, with financial services, it's all about auto loans and helping customers be able to purchase cars, service those loans, and do the whole thing that have to do with cars. I'm not a car owner yet. I've lived in a city for over 10 years, so I really haven't had to have a car. But a couple of other professional pieces about me, and then a little bit of a personal story in terms of how I came here today before I get started. I like to write and quote at conferences a lot. Some pieces that you may have seen me write is by People Nerds. I've written for them. They are sort of the blogging arm of D-Scout, which is a diary study platform, and then also Smashing Magazine. I wrote about ethical research practices and how to build an ethical research practice at any organization, as well as how to drive and document impacts from research. Because a lot of what we do in industry is driving impact with the research that we conduct, not just building a body of knowledge to do research just to do research. I am also guest lecturer and critic for Carnegie Mellon University. A little bit about me, back in 2019, I was doing some research for Verizon on 5G, which will be a big topic of my talk today. And I did research here in Indianapolis. I actually was gallivanting around the suburbs, watching our technicians install home internet, and learning a whole lot about this beautiful city as part of it. I am not originally from Indianapolis. I'm originally from Western Michigan, moved and lived and worked in Chicago for 4.5 years before then moving me and my husband to New York to pursue an opportunity at Verizon. I then went to the Interaction 19 conference where I met Poppy and a few other alumni from Indiana University. And they showed me a great time around Indianapolis when I came back for even more research for 5G. Fell in love, heard that we're doing Indy Design Week in person this year. I decided to come and be a part of it in person and bring my husband along. He's in the museum. I think he went to the one that has a lot of the Native American exhibits. He walked across the Little River Walk today. He went to Indy Coffee. Absolute phenomenal place here in Carmel. So thank you so much for having me again. Let's get started. What I'm going to talk about is 5G and emerging trends coming out of the pandemic. But these emerging trends and the sort of creation of 5G technology is actually fueling something else much bigger. It's fueling the fourth industrial revolution, which is really the heart of what I'm going to talk about today. The fourth industrial revolution is something that will change the way that we work and the way that we live and the way that we show up in our practice at design. It does not matter if you're an interior designer, a product designer, or a user experience designer. This will impact you. And my hope today, if you take nothing away from this talk, is to just learn a little bit more about how it might impact you. The things to keep in mind about how our industry will shift, how consumer needs have already shifted, and how the expectations of businesses and how we show up in tomorrow's society also will change. And the two cornerstones of that is talking about these consumer trends coming out of the pandemic, and as well as talking about the 5G technology that is fueling these innovations. So, what is the fourth industrial revolution? Well, let's learn about looking ahead by looking back. Let's look back at the past. The first industrial revolution, 1760, is roughly when people say that it happened. And that was powered by steam. This was the innovations that led away from hand-tooled work. Imagine a scythe and you're cutting down corn in the cornfields, and now it's a machine that comes and does it for you. Think about locomotives. Think about all the innovations that led to the first machines. This is the era of the machine, the first industrial revolution. Now, then 100 years later, in 1860, the second industrial revolution happens, and that is powered by electricity. The birth of the light bulb and the era of manufacturing. Now things that were done kind of efficiently by steam-powered machines can now be done on a massive scale. These are things like the assembly line were created. Things like mass manufacturing that led to innovations that we stand on today. And then the third industrial revolution. Now this one we may forget about because it feels like it just happened, and that's because it did. This one actually began in 1940 with the introduction of the Turing machine, which is one of the first of its kind computers. And then that led to the creation of the modern day computer, and then the laptop, and then the World Wide Web. The third industrial revolution is the creation and curation of digital platforms, digitization, and standardization. And you may ask, wait, aren't we still living and breathing that today? Yes, I think we're just riding off of the third industrial revolution and into a new one. We are moving into the fourth industrial revolution, which is all about fusion. Mobile technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, everything that you've heard about for the past few years, it's really coming true now in a bigger way than ever before. And part of it is because of the two big topics that I will be talking about, 5G and emerging trends specifically coming out of the pandemic. But what is fusion in terms of the fourth industrial revolution? It is the confluence of digital platforms and environments mixing with physical platforms and environments. I'm wearing an Apple Watch. There's wearables such as like Google Glass that have come and gone, but now there are talks of bringing it back. There's Internet of Things, and the world in which we live will continue to be further enmeshed with the digital products that we use to augment ourselves as people, to make our jobs and our lives easier, to track our health. Those things are becoming more paramount than they ever were before. And so I wanted to start, it's a big meaty quote by the World Economic Forum. I will butcher it if I don't read it verbatim, so let me just read it for you here. The possibilities of billions of people connected by mobile devices with unprecedented processing power, storage capacity, and access to knowledge are unlimited. Engineers, designers, and architects, that's all of us, combining computational design, additive manufacturing, materials engineering, and synthetic biology to pioneer the symbiosis of microorganisms, our bodies, the products we consume, and even the buildings we inhabit. Now, if you're like me, I read it and I thought, oh shit, that sounds like everything. It's because it is. Let's read one by Salesforce. The fourth industrial revolution is a way of describing the blurring of boundaries between the physical, digital, and biological worlds. It's a fusion of advances in artificial intelligence, robotics, the Internet of Things, 3D printing, genetic engineering, quantum computing, and other technologies. I read these two quotes because I think they really bring home just how blurry things will get. And so as we think about the impact, what does that mean for us as designers and how we show up in our everyday lives, in our everyday work, as we show up on Monday in our day jobs? Think about how this will affect us. Things will get blurry. We need to embrace ourselves for a more interconnected world where context is paramount and micro moments should be deeply cared for. We're going to unpack micro moments a little bit further, but really what that means is solving for the big rocks or the big problems in the customer's journey, or thinking about sort of large messages that you want to get across. If you're a communications designer or graphic designer, that's good. That's great. We need to keep fighting for that. But that's becoming table stakes. Thinking about specialized segments and specific communities of consumers, thinking about micro interactions and moments that matter are becoming far more important because those are being expected by consumers today, especially with some of the trends that I'll be sharing with you coming out of the pandemic in terms of screen time habits and usage. But let's talk about the first topic, 5G. Well, what is 5G? Isn't that just faster 4G? Well, maybe. 5G is defined by Ericsson. Ericsson is a creator of 5G technology. They actually build the fiber optic networks that then are leased to companies like Verizon to then help build out the networks based on FCC guidelines. Before I read this quote by Ericsson, just a bit of background. Verizon and T-Mobile and AT&T are all building fiber optic cables across the entire country to build this new technology. 5G is not a flip of the switch. It is not a software update. It is an entirely new infrastructure that needs to be built from the feet up. And we can only do that with certain approvals by the FCC. Now, you may have heard millimeter spectrum or mid-band spectrum. All of that's still gibberish to me. It's probably a lot of gibberish to you. But in essence, we Verizon gets, I keep using the royal we because I just left Verizon about 5 weeks ago. So anyway, but the companies that build these networks, they get approval in order to build them over time. They got approval earlier last year. They've lit up over 20 million homes and consumer-based cities across the United States just in the past year. And by late 2023, early 2024, most of the country will be covered by 5G. So what was once this sort of fleeting fancy, this idea of this new technology maybe coming around the corner, it's here now, and it's being built. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about how that might affect us as designers and us as consumers. But let's start with this. 5G is the 5th generation of cellular networks. 5G runs on the same radio frequencies that are currently being used by your smartphone, on Wi-Fi networks and in satellite communications, but it enables technology to go a lot further. So let's unpack that a little bit more with some use cases after some data, of course. I looked at this presentation as I naturally would a researcher, and so I did a lot of sort of secondary research. So I'm going to, throughout the presentation, I'll provide you with a little bit of sound bites and data. 5G is 100 times faster than 4G technology. To really put this in perspective, you know, we talked a lot when I worked at Verizon about use cases. Consumers are like, okay, speed, yeah, okay, that's nice. But my phone works faster. Let me just really bring this home for you. Anybody use Uber or Lyft? Raise your hand. Probably all of us, or at least have used it once before. That was not possible before 4G. You literally couldn't open your phone and load the website or mobile apps fast enough to even watch a car come to you in real time or get real-time push notifications for when it arrived. It just physically was not possible. Companies, huge behemoths like Uber, did not even exist before that technology was here. Imagine what that means for tomorrow when 5G technology is 100 times faster than what we have now. What will that enable? It's zero latency time. How many of you have experienced lag in a Zoom conference call with distributed colleagues and you're like, oh, you're frozen. Oh, I think we got a lag going on. Anybody? Yeah, I thought so. Imagine that you'll be able to talk with distributed colleagues as easily as I'm talking to you now, in literally real time. Being able to see every micro expression they make, react to your conversations, be able to work more efficiently in meetings. Now, when we look at 2023, you may be thinking, okay, well, 5G is maybe a solution looking for a problem, right? Maybe it's consumers are not ready. It is projected that in 2023, 69% of smartphones will be 5G smartphones. That's huge. I'm going to tweak this a little bit and say that's like almost 70%. Come on, 69%. That's the majority, the vast majority of the country will be ready for this technology. And the FCC regulations, by allowing 5G to be rolled out by companies like Verizon, they'll be mostly rolled out by the end of next year anyway. So now you have the business and the policies that are enabling this technology. Now the consumers that have the phones that can power this technology, they're coming together as early as next year. Here are a couple use cases to really bring this home and really bring it home for us as design practitioners. Enhanced building operations. Forbes says that 5G may enable pinpoint location accuracy in high bandwidth applications like 4K streaming. What does that do for when you walk into a conference room? It knows who you are, where you are, and it knows you got a Zoom meeting that you need to jump into in the next few minutes, and it powers everything for you and stands it up for you in minutes. You're not sitting here dialing into a billion numbers. You're not here trying to jump on calls with distributed colleagues. It's there and it's active and it's ready. So no one's late for meetings. Everyone's more efficient. Imagine for real estate brokerages or the building engineers being able to save millions of dollars year over year because, for example, if you look around here, there's not a whole lot of folks over in that room over there. Maybe on the other side of the building, there's nobody, but the lights are still on. We're still paying for that overhead cost in electricity to power the building, keep the water supply going, keep the air filtrating. But maybe we don't have to. Maybe the parts that are uninhabited by the building because of the increase in distributed work means that we can save on those costs. So what does that mean in terms of if you want to start a company and have, I heard earlier, dreams of having a team under you, and maybe you have a little studio. What does that mean for your your cost month over month for operating that business. They drastically go down because the operations become more efficient. Internet of Things. So when we think about Internet of Things, a technology blog online called Make Use Of, they talk about low-powered devices. This was fascinating to me. The idea that 5G has a potential to deliver power to low-powered devices, such as sensors, such as an Apple Watch, such as the new Apple AirTag that you may have seen. Imagine, as a product designer for small devices, maybe even one day your cell phone, you don't need to worry about designing for a power port. You don't have to worry about perhaps designing for such large batteries that have to retain so much power because they're constantly being charged by the wireless technology that surrounds us. What would that enable us to do when we don't have to recharge batteries all the time or sit there and wait for things on end? How much more efficient can these devices get? And how much more creative can we be as product designers if any of us work on physical products? But one thing that you'll hear a whole lot about in terms of revolutionizing industries is just how speed alone and latency alone can drastically change the way that people work and the way that people live. As Verizon puts it, with high speed, low latency, and capacity, 5G millimeter wave, which is the fastest spectrum of 5G technology, could enable drone delivery, cloud-connected traffic control, and allow applications to live up to their true potential. From emergency response to global payments, next-gen gaming, possibilities are limitless. A few examples for you. My husband is a commercial interior designer. He designs workplaces for offices. His firm might design something like this. With the advent of kind of like newer technologies, they've been able to create photorealistic 3D renderings for clients. Let's say SAP wanted to redesign their entire office spaces. They decided to hire his firm. They would show photorealistic renderings of what new materials and finishes may look like, what a new layout would look like. And then the clients would give approval and the typical design process would ensue. But when you create those photorealistic renderings, it takes hours, sometimes days, because it creates huge, massive computers to run the processing power for all the 3D modeling that goes into an entire space like this that's at scale. Imagine doing that in minutes in the cloud, where I can show you on an iPad, like I'm doing here, what it may look like in different materials. Go grab a coffee, come back, and now we've redesigned your entire space in minutes' time. What does that do for the design process for an interior designer? What about the future of service design? When you're working, I worked with several designers at Verizon who were in service design departments focused on customer service. When someone was struggling to install their home internet themselves, because we had self-service options, we always had to send someone to their house. That annoys the customer because now you have to wait and schedule half your day to wait for someone to come in and install. And now the technician has to go, so it's more cost in the business. Imagine if you could pull up your phone and use augmented reality where the person can point at all the areas that you need to work on, install, press this button, do this, do that. We're doing that now. That's not a sort of futuristic thought that's happening right now. And it will become more efficient and more prevalent when we think about 5G technology. 5G isn't just another tech innovation, it's a platform that makes other innovations possible. What's the next big topic? COVID-19. All of us have been affected by COVID-19. But specifically, as we take a look back and look at some of the macro trends, we may have individual examples of how it has affected each of us. But how has it affected society in the way that we work, the way that we operate, and the way that we live? Here's a really good quote by McKinsey. They say that the fault lines between industries and business models that we understood intellectually before the COVID-19 crisis have now become giant fissures, separating the old reality from the new one. Just as an earthquake produces a sudden release of pent-up force, the economic shock set off by the pandemic has accelerated and intensified trends that are already underway. Now, I think two really important words here are fissures and acceleration. We'll talk about why that's important in a minute, but long and short of it is, if we're not careful, the introduction of this new technology, the acceleration of these trends, could cause huge fissures on a socioeconomic level that we'll talk about. The poor become poorer, the rich become richer. Those with technology are more equipped and more privileged, and those without are left behind. That's the fissure. Acceleration meaning with every industrial revolution, there always comes with a cost in terms of jobs that could be lost. And reskilling and upskilling becomes paramount. It happened before, it'll happen again. And it will happen in the next revolution. But let's talk about that a little bit more. 21% increase in national consumer screen time, over 49% increase in internet traffic and data used across the United States and in Canada, and a decrease in 48% of commercial property real estate investment. These are data points coming out of the pandemic that describe a far more connected world than we've ever had before, and one in which distributed work is far more important as you see the commercial property investment going down. Maybe we don't need such large offices anymore. Maybe we need a different type of office experience. Now, when you talk to business experts, what does this mean for the future of small businesses or large businesses and enterprises? 11% of business experts that were interviewed believe that current business models are viable. Well, shit, that means 89% do not think that their business models will be viable in the future. That's a problem. But 64% believe that new digital businesses are needed in order to remain competitive in today's world, in today's interconnected world that will only be more and more interconnected tomorrow. We've all heard the buzzword personalization. As Harvard Business Review says, brands must communicate on very local and precise terms, targeting specific consumers based on their circumstances and what is most relevant to them. The customer expects more than a seamless digital transaction. Now that companies have their personal data, they want anticipatory, personalized experiences across the entire journey. Now, for communications and marketing designers and graphic designers out there, what does that mean in terms of making sure that the message that you are tailoring is highly personalized towards the customers that you're supporting? It may be not enough in the future to go after the entire country with your messaging, or go after an entire region. Knowing your customer and being able to tailor the message to them is becoming more paramount than ever. And for service designers or user experience designers, that means those micro interactions I talked about earlier become the place where you create differentiation. One word that really sticks out to me here is anticipatory. How do you go back to your job and think as a designer, how do we anticipate the needs of our customers and proactively meet them before they are needed? How do we show the customer that we have their back because we know them deeply? And distributed work. This was already talked about several times today. Inc. mentions that the way that we used to work is gone. We need to focus on the next normal and establishing new customs as well as expectations for what the workplace has become. Leaders need to consistently create more cross-functional work and curate digital forums that promote visibility and partnership. One of the things I really want to hone in on is the visibility and partnership. How many of you, before the pandemic, were one of the ones that maybe you took one day to work from home, you had something you just had to do, you had to call in, you couldn't understand a damn thing on the phone call because everybody was talking over themselves and it was just a big hot mess. Yeah? Let's hope that that doesn't happen again. As we have coworkers who will forever be remote, maybe we'll work with clients across different regions in the country, as we ourselves remain distributed, how do we all show up equitably? How do we make sure that our design process, the way that we work, the way that we do our work, builds equity for those who are distributed and those who are local? And I talked about this a little bit. Polarized socioeconomics. Research done by Pew suggests that the global pandemic, as it unfolds, experts fear growing social and racial inequality, worsening security and privacy, and the further spread of misinformation. McKinsey also suggests that with the current labor mismatch being felt in many countries, the time is now to further engage workers for a digitally enabled future. So allow me to be a little dark for a moment. This has really broad implications for making sure that the way that we show up as businesses in our design practices, I talked about equity, that we are showing up as a society that supports and fights against things like systemic racism, things like furthering the socioeconomic gap, and making sure that we show up in a way that promotes positive intent for the products and services that we deliver. Because there's a huge difference in what we've seen between knowledge workers and talent workers. There are people who've lost their jobs in the pandemic. My husband was one of them. And when we think about what does that do for many of us who might have been safe during that time, or at least more safe than others, who can work remotely, who work on their laptops, what does that do when we think about a fourth industrial revolution that will continue this trend? When we talk about touchless retail environments, walking into a McDonald's or an Amazon Go where there's not a person there, it's a robot, it's a kiosk. When we think about as the digital channel becomes more important and we're staffing a lot of UX designers and UX researchers, that's good for us, it's nice job security. But as the websites and products that we create become so easy to use and customers don't need to call in anymore, what does that do for the person at the call center that used to work 9 to 5 at a call center to feed their family? Now they're out of a job because they don't need as many call center representatives anymore. How do we make sure that we can show up for them and support them in any way that we can? Whether that is offering our knowledge that we have today at this conference to reskill and upskill folks who want to move into the UX field, get closer to tech, or whether it's considering a different alternative for departments that we're supporting within the companies that we work for. So being mindful of the positive intent of good technology, knowing that it's here to stay, but thinking about the impacts. In fact, if you'll indulge me, I think I have a few moments. In Interaction 19, Poppy and I sat through a beautiful segment that was called Below the Iceberg Thinking. And it's very similar to what I've been describing here. We as designers often like to sit here and sort of brainstorm and ideate new solutions to solve customer needs, but very seldom do we ideate on the ramifications of the products and services we're building. What could 5G bring, for example, that would worsen socioeconomic impact, increase poverty, decrease access to rural communities that may not have access to 5G technology? Maybe puts them further behind. Maybe it furthers the divide, gives people more privilege than they already had. Thinking about those things and brainstorming on those things allows us to anticipate them, plan for them, and design for them. So I challenge all of us to think about that in our everyday. So the impact, the hopes and fears of yesterday are realities of today. With the pandemic accelerating a lot of these nascent trends, expect to see major shifts in the way that we live and the way that we work. And expect to see greater socioeconomic impact, including trade versus knowledge workers. The longer that the economy is affected by COVID-19 measures, the more of the wedge that will be driven between people who have continued working and those who are employed by objective industries like tourism and events. I've already talked a lot about, okay, that's dark. What do we do? So in a typical design fashion, I've written a few how might we statements to get us thinking. I'm not here to prescribe any solutions. I'm here to prescribe the problem, and all of us will be part of the solution. So, how might we extend our knowledge to help narrow the potential socioeconomic gap? Taking all of the great insights that we've learned today from all the fantastic speakers earlier today and those that will come after me, and all the great conversations we're having, the skills that we're building. Is there an article you can write? Is there a conference you can talk at? Is there a conversation you can have to help inspire others who may be trying to get into this field as well? And how can you support them in doing that? How might we get closer to customers considering more context and touch points? Thinking about that hyper-personalization that I talked about earlier, how can we show up in our everyday work to think about those micro moments that matter so that way you can further differentiate your designs and your experiences from others? And how might we leverage fast, real-time cloud computing to improve our personal work, our workflows, our processes, the technologies that we leverage as designers? Like the interior designer that I talked about, well, maybe you can do real-time cloud 3D rendering in minutes versus hours or days. If you could have something automate your process, make your life a little easier, what does that look like? And how could that change the world of design? I'll leave you with this quote. In its most pessimistic, dehumanized form, the fourth industrial revolution may indeed have the potential to robotize humanity and thus deprive us of our hearts and our souls. But as a complement to the best parts of human nature, creativity, empathy, and stewardship, it can lift humanity into a new collective and moral consciousness based on a shared sense of destiny. It is incumbent upon all of us to make sure that the latter prevails. Thank you.
Fantastic, Devin. Thank you. Devin, I have one quick question. Yes or no? Simple answer. Will the government leverage 5G for mind control of the general population?
No.
Okay. Moving on. Look it up if you don't know. All right. Two sponsors to thank. Cohatch Circle Center for hosting the Mom's Lunch this week. It's a great event. We had a great turnout. And also Centier Bank for sponsoring that event. So thank you to both of those sponsors. Moving on, we have Pamela Francis. Pamela Francis is the Vice President of Shot Design, a leading commercial design firm known for sustainable and circular design innovation, working to significantly reduce carbon emissions and waste in the built environment. Ms. Francis is the board president for Circular Indiana and serves on the marketing leadership board for the U.S. GBC. Welcome, Pamela.
Thank you. I apologize to those on Zoom because I can't show it through Zoom, so it's only going to be the people here in the audience that see it. But it is going to be about climate change, and I want to set the stage with a video. I want to make the argument that the design team, the design community is in the driver's seat to solve this problem. So I will share that now. Almost there. Darn it, I have to share it first, don't I? Okay. Okay. It's a little intense, but I apologize for that.
Fun fact, planet Earth is 4
environment has become my life. It has truly just become my passion. Let's see if I can share this now. And I am, I lost my connections in here. Okay. Not sure what I did. Okay, fine, perfect. Let me see if I can do that one more time. Is that okay? Okay. Anyway, the environment has become my life. I'm very passionate about it. I have only been in this space for about 5 years, and I'm self-taught. I am not a designer. I'm not an environmentalist. I have never studied either of those things. I'm not an architect. I'm a business person. I have a long history of work in finance. In fact, I was a trader for a long time for currencies and commodities. I ended up at Shot Design because it's a family business. I started about 10 years ago. And in the space of the 10 years, but now 5 years, I firmly believe that I know we can't change what has happened, and I know we can't do anything about that, but I do know we can change the way we act and what we do going forward. And I believe that the design community is at the center of the problem and the solution. And so for me personally, I have taken that. I ended up in design, wasn't there before, but I thought I cannot stay in this industry if I'm contributing so much to the problem. Designers are in the center of product design. What are we making? How are we making those things? What about the processes that we're designing? What about the information that we have access to? Being self-taught, I had to learn on the internet. So the first place I went, Googling things. I'd see one source say XYZ and one source say ABC, and I had to figure out what was real. And that was so difficult. So difficult. It shouldn't be that hard. You know, so political, so much greenwashing and advertising for the benefit of profit, and it just frustrated me so much. Advertising. What do I see every day? What don't I see? And so I really feel that we have power here, guys. Plus, especially for me, I'll get into what we do. We're commercial interior design. But all of us, I believe, sit in the middle. We're uniquely positioned because on the one hand, we have somebody paying us as the trusted expert in the room, right? It's the client. And somebody that we're helping to sell to or we're advising. And so for me, I have the benefit of saying, I want better products from manufacturers, and I can say, let me tell you about these products, Mr. Client, or the buyer, you know. So I'm in that space, and I don't know a lot about all of your work. I have to say, last night I had to Google what UX was. But I do know that you all sit in a similar spot to where you have influence on people who have hired you, and you have influence on the people that you work with. And so today I'm going to share my story of, you know, the work that we do at SHOT and all the things that we've tried to do to correct the problems in our industry. But I want to also relate it back to everyone, every designer, and ask you all to think about what's happening now. I mean, we heard this today. I wrote down so many comments. I came in here thinking I'm going to be the outlier because I'm the only architect, like interior design person. But there's so many people who said a lot of the things I'm going to say today. You know, raise the bar is what I call it. But they said, who was it? Let's see. Richard, innovation, push back, level up. I think he put it as, imagine what could we be doing that we're not doing now, and just go for it. You know, courage, bring people with you, reduce the armor, follow your compass. This is my compass, and so we're following based on my passion. But I had to make it a business case because in Indiana, no one cares about your passion, at least not if it involves the environment. So this is where my business mind had to come in. Like, I really need to figure this out. Okay, so SHOT Design. I mentioned it was a family business. My older sister started it 25 years ago. It's commercial interior design. We do not build new buildings, so we could not have built the space that we're in today. But if this space were going to remodel in 7 years, we would come in and we could remodel the space. So that's one thing to know. Most of our work comes through buildings. So most of the high rises downtown that you see, we have contracts with the buildings. Anybody who moves in, anybody who stays but wants to remodel, we would do those spaces. On average, those spaces turn over every 5 years. So think about Salesforce Tower and how tall it is. I don't know, I think it's got 40 some floors. It's been there for decades. Every 5 years, it is basically being put in the dumpster and then rebuilt, and put in the dumpster and then rebuilt. And so over time, for remodel IT, for tenant improvement, the carbon impact of remodeling far exceeds the carbon impact of building that building, which people don't talk enough about. I really made an effort to try to share the knowledge because we have a lot of people talking about construction and new build, but not enough people talking about what's going into the interior space. And with all of the carbon reduction goals that corporations are taking on, that's a very important conversation. So that's kind of the lay of the land. We do about 1 million square feet a year, just for reference. So like I said, it was about 5 years ago. I think it pretty much coincided with the China ban. And I personally just started learning more about recycling and waste and those types of things. And asking more questions of my older sister, saying, where does our waste go? When you rip out that space on the 5th floor of Regent's Tire, what's happening to the jewelry and the carpet and the furniture? And she says, I don't know, let's ask. We did make an effort, just in her defense, back in 2008 when everybody was starting to get their LEED certification, to put notes of recycle and reuse on CD sets, like on drawings. But a lot of pushback from the building saying it's going to be expensive, the contractor doesn't want to do it, it's too hard, whatever. So she just kind of didn't push back at that time. But the landscape was different now, and I really felt like I could make a business case for it. Like there had to be a way, right? Because if there wasn't a way, I couldn't sleep at night, like literally. And I didn't grow up to be some environmental person. Like, this is just me feeling like there's an ethical line to draw with the work that we do. Okay, my screen is funny. I'm gonna make sure you see it. So about 5 years ago, I started learning about the environment. We are dumping a ton of pollution into the environment every single day. Like a monster. I can't even wrap my head around 110 million pounds of pollution every day. I don't even know what that is, right? But I also learned that the built environment, which is the industry I'm in, which is buildings, construction, right? And this includes roadways and things like that. The built environment is the leading cause to carbon emissions globally, and we're at 40%. So I knew that my work that I did every day was greatly impacting our climate. And I also learned that the C&D industry, which stands for construction and demolition, which I'm also part of, is the leading cause or the leading contributor to landfills. So that didn't sit well with me. Landfills I could talk about all day. Indiana has more landfills than any other state. They're growing faster than any other state. They're taking trash from other states to put in our land. And get this is the business part, right? We have more manufacturers in our state than anybody else who need recycled content. So why we're not capturing those materials and funneling them over to our manufacturers, I don't know. And I'm also involved, I think it was mentioned, in a nonprofit organization called Circular Indiana, and we are trying to connect those dots with legislation to capture glass so that Knauf can use it for insulation, to capture bottles so that PepsiCo can recycle them. But that's not happening right now. Also, I learned a lot about environmental and racial justice. And our landfills and our incinerator is having negative impacts on those people who live nearby. Again, not something that I want to sit with at night. In case you don't know, I just want to point out that the people who are contributing the most waste, which by race is white people, are not the people suffering from the impact of the pollution. There's a very clear line drawn by race here. Black population is suffering the most, and then Hispanic. Also to know, incinerators and landfills are, the statistics show that 97% of incinerators and landfills are placed in marginalized communities.
Why? Because those communities don't fight back. They don't feel they have, or they don't have the resources, or they don't feel they have the resources, or they're not at the table. You don't see them going into Hamilton County. Can you imagine the uproar, right? Also, I learned that the countries contributing the most carbon emissions, which you can see the United States is red, that is the top tier. We're contributing most to carbon emissions, climate change. And on the right here, the white, we are experiencing the least impact, the least, this is by death, so number of deaths because of climate change. So we're contributing, but we're not suffering. Whereas you see Africa contributes almost nothing, and they're suffering with the highest death rate. So again, just setting the stage here that I just couldn't sleep at night. Lastly, I'll stop with the bad news. The projected rate of growth for the built environment, and again, hard to get my head around this. The equivalent square footage of New York City, which I used to live in New York City, I can tell you it's very big, every single month for the next 40 years. And people said, oh, that's going to change because we're all working from home now. It's not changing. They project that we're going to build the equivalent square footage of New York City every month for the next 40 years. We have to do something, right? We're already in a bad state. What if we did nothing? We're literally working ourselves into extinction. So, now it's the good news. Shot Design decided that we were going to do something different. We didn't know what. We knew there was going to be pushback about cost and about effort and all this kind of thing. But we decided that we were going to work differently. We feel like a market leader, and so we wanted to act like a leader and show other design firms and architects how we can do it, and hopefully they would follow suit. And we wanted to make programs that they could join in on rather than having to recreate the wheel. I've got a lot of questions about like competition, and I think in the last 5 years, the competitive walls have really come down, especially when it comes to these things. And Tiffany said earlier, like, make sure you're collaborating and sharing the mistakes and all these things. I collaborate with other design firms all the time because I don't want them to have to go through the same struggles, right? Like, I've already learned my lessons. I want to help them do the same thing, same type of things. And so in my research, I learned about the circular economy. I hadn't been aware of the circular economy. In case there's anybody in here who doesn't really feel up to speed, I wanted to include a little explanation. So we live in an economy that is linear, where we extract resources from the earth, we make a product, we use the product, we throw the product away. That's the typical cycle for what we live. Certainly in the spaces we were designing, that's the case. We made the carpet, we used the carpet, and the carpet went in the landfill. What we want to do is try to keep those materials in motion, right? So that they're not going to landfill. But to do that, you have to design in a way that those materials can stay in motion. There are certain materials you can't do anything with. You can't recycle certain materials, or it's very difficult. PVC, very difficult to recycle. No one does it. There's one place in Europe that thought about doing it for a while. Like, it's not, so why then do we use it? You know what I mean? But it's easy, it's flexible, it's cheap, so that's why we use it. But we shouldn't be using it. And my point here is designers are the ones who are in the seat that can drive that change. I have had to lean on carpet manufacturers and furniture vendors and say, what is your end-of-life solution? If you don't have an end-of-life solution, I don't want your product. I'm not going to specify your product. And that's very difficult. But we put a lot of pressure. And the more pressure we put, the more action we get. So definitely I've seen the impact of purchasing power. And I want all of you to think about that too. I don't know where everybody's purchasing power is, but everybody has one. Everybody has an area where they can influence that change. And it's a really important change to influence. And again, just in the way of background, circular economy can be many things. The darkest green line here, this is reuse. And it's the smallest circle, which in this case indicates that it's the best option. Because if I took this table and you were going to get rid of it and I took it and put it in my home, obviously I'm not extracting any materials from the earth, not transporting on a truck and manufacturing something, so there's no new carbon impact. If I can't reuse it, what I really want to do is send it back to the manufacturer who sold it to me and have them use it as an input into a new product. Shaw Carpeting is my favorite manufacturer in the world. They have designed circularity from the beginning. They will come back, get their carpet from wherever it is. You call the 1-800 number on the back. They will make it into new carpet. That is a manufacturer take-back program. It takes more carbon than reuse because you have to put it back into manufacturing, but less carbon than just flat-out recycling. Recycling, you put this in a metal or a glass recycling, it gets broken all the way down into its smallest pieces, and then it's made into something new, not necessarily another glass. So that is that has the largest amount of carbon impact out of these three things. But they're all better than throwing them away and putting them in a landfill. So we started with recycling, not because it's the best option, but because it was the easiest, lowest hanging fruit. And that's a learning point for everybody. Like, some people have criticized us to say, well, you're just recycling metal, but it's something. It's something that we're doing now that we weren't doing then. And it was not easy. It seems easy, right? Metal recycling should be super easy. You get another bin on site, they put the metal in it, and actually you get paid for it. So that's great. Like, that should be incentive, right? But with our construction companies in Indiana, a lot of pushback. But we had to work with the building owner and say, Mr. Building Owner, would you like to take advantage of a free recycling program? And they're like, oh, that sounds great. That's sure. It's free? Okay, sure. And so then they tell the contractor, we're going to recycle metal. Brilliant. Like, that worked. And we also have a really robust program around carpet recycling. This one was a little harder because it's not free. We do have a carpet recycling facility in Indiana, which is really great because there's only 5 in the country. So yay us, but no one's using them, And it costs to bring, first of all, you got to get it there. Then you have to pay them to recycle it. We didn't want to pay for it. We knew our buildings wouldn't pay for it. So guess what I did? Knocked on Shaw's door and said, hey, Mr. Shaw, you're so great with circularity. Will you help us recycle the carpet? And they said yes. And so the manufacturers paid for it. And once Shaw said yes, Milliken said yes, and Interface said yes, and J&J said yes. And one by one, they lined up because they want our business. They don't want to lose our business. This is what I'm saying. Lean into your purchasing power, right? And so now, no matter what job it is, whatever carpet comes off that floor, there's a bin that shows up for free. Carpet goes in the bin. Cruise Carpet comes, gets it, brings it back to their facility, and recycles it for free to the project. But the manufacturers are paying for it on the back end. So I'm telling you these stories. I know you're not probably going to recycle carpet, but I'm saying, number one, take advantage of the low-hanging fruit. Number two, for us, it's like make sure we're using products that are not perpetuating a problem. And number three, set the process up, because in 7 years or 5 years, when that carpet gets pulled up, even though it can be recycled, like, who's babysitting that? Who's saying, are you going to recycle it? Or it probably is going to go in the trash. But now I've got the carpet manufacturers tracking their product and making sure that when that space gets pulled up, that they go get the carpet. So we're trying to create processes that are like, we don't have to babysit them, and that they're just happening automatically. Next, this was the biggest leap. We were like, okay, we're recycling. What about things you can't recycle, like the doors? I mean, every day we get 30, 50 doors come out of spaces. Cabinets, you can't recycle those things. So we took a leap of faith and we opened up our own product exchange program, which we called Shot Exchange. It's a subsidiary. We will go pick up those doors for free, bring them to a warehouse, and then we will specify those items on another project in the city. And this is where I try to get all designers and architects on board with the philosophy that this is just a Shot design thing right now. This is not like, we're not going out to the market and having, days where the public can come in. But because we know what's coming out and we know what we need going in, we can be our own marketplace. It's very easy. Better yet would have been to have the building keep those things. I'm getting 30 doors out, I'll put them in my basement, but nobody has space, so they just throw them away. A big hurdle here is they're like afraid of the warehousing piece. I'll share with you in case you know anybody who could be doing this. We've all been gifted. Over the last 5 years, we have not paid for warehouse at all. But what we have done is gone to our clients and said, hey, we have this really great idea and we need your help. And and they're like, oh, we have space here, we have a warehouse there, and so by connecting to those people in your field that could potentially help you, you get a lot of support, and these things just start to like snowball. It feels hard at first, and it's like the momentum builds, and then all of a sudden you're doing those things that you only dreamed about, or the Imagine comment, like they come to life. And then what should be the most important thing is rethinking what you're using, right? Rethinking the carpet we're picking, the furniture we specify, all those things, and trying our very best to make sure that we're not perpetuating the problem. And this again goes to the leaning in on your purchasing power. And also, it's just a good conversation to have. One of the projects I've been working on is trying to get drywall recycling to our city, and close. But I have been working on that for the last 4 years, and I've asked so many drywall companies like USG and those kinds of places, do you recycle drywall? And I don't mean drywall that's scrap. I mean like this is a little different because it has stuff on it, but like regular drywall that's already been used, nobody will recycle that because it has paint on it or it has walkers in it. I ask the question over and over and over and over because I want them to hear me ask the question. And I tell other people, ask the question. I know the answer, right? I know the answer, but ask the question anyway. Well then, like the clouds part in a rainy day, there's Washington State University has a research team that has figured out a way to recycle drywall. And now I'm trying to connect them to a recycler here and bring it to our city. So these things, they just manifest, If you work towards them, they end up manifesting. And they're making an impact. And that's, I guess, what this slide is all about, is the impact. So we invested in a tool that we had a consultant in California build called Stoke. I met them because they also designed a tool for Salesforce that tracks the carbon and waste impact of every design choice we're making. Now, it seemed like a little bit of a leap cost-wise, but more and more of their clients are coming out with like their ESG goals, and they're saying we want to reduce waste by 90%. They have these big lofty goals, right? And so this has actually been a good selling tool for us to say, hey, JLL, or hey, Duke-Realty, or whoever it is, we can help you track where you are and help inform you as you design, because remember, the interiors outweigh the building. We can help inform you so that you, I'm just going to time limit. I'm talking too much. Anyway, so that you can make better decisions. So that's kind of what we've done. What I really want to talk about, which I only have 2 minutes left, is I don't know a lot about what you guys do. I do know that every single person in this world intersects with the environment. Every industry intersects with the environment. I strongly urge you to evaluate what your intersection is. That's how we started. What are our impacts? Are you being impacted by the environment? Are you impacting the environment? Maybe both, right? And then to evaluate how you can interact with other fields. I'm struggling with information, right? There's a huge information gap in our state, you guys. Education is so low. It's hard for me to do it all by myself. What I really want is the media to change and access to information to change and websites to work differently so people don't have to struggle for what's real, right? So how can we all work together? And then figure out what your particular impact points are. Are you working on a product that could be done differently? Do you work for advertising for someone that you know they don't have an end-of-life solution? And how can you influence that? Where do you stand on that? Just reflect on those things because it's so important. And again, I'll whiz through these. The call to action, same thing. Like, I truly believe it's our responsibility. Humankind got us here. Humankind needs to get us out, but the design team, the design community in particular, is in a very unique spot to help. And I think it's on all of us to work together and find ways to move forward. I just want to leave you with a quote. It says, "Not get through a single day without having an impact on a lot of energy." What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. So in closing, I would just ask you again, just reflect on what it is you want to be remembered for, what kind of impact you want to have. So thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. It's been fun.
Excellent. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of shift here from what I said earlier. We are going to take a quick 10-minute break before the last 5-minute break. 5-minute break. Swift 5-minute break. before we end. But we also wanted to remind you that tours are still available to see Ryan or Charles. On the far way, we do have the build your own swag bag. So on your way out, grab that filled up or on your break here. And then there's a few still more snacks and drinks to pep you up for the last hour here and the closing keynote. All right, 5 minutes. We'll be back. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and get organized and get kicked off here. Awesome. All right, a little bump of energy there. Socialization here before we do the keynote closing. Wanted to introduce you Rohit Jesudian. He is going to be talking a little bit today and doing the closing keynote. Rohit is a designer turned founder on a mission to help professionals across the globe maximize their talents. He enjoys spending time and traveling with his family and learning from new cultures and experiences. Today he'll be discussing how the way we work has drastically changed over the last few years. Work and home life have become intertwined, and the notion of stability has given way to the pursuit of passions, while others are riding the waves of trends sweeping the market. Yet, with all this advancement in the workplace, many are left unfulfilled by their passions, unsatisfied with their rewards, and seeking a higher purpose. In this talk, Ro will challenge you to adopt principles that will enable you to find your purpose and allow you to take back ownership of your own career. Welcome, Ro.
That's right. Can we all hear me? All right, perfect. Hey, everybody. Yeah, my name is Ro. I'm a designer, I'm a founder, I'm a product manager, I've been a mechanical engineer, I've been pretty much everything under the sun. But yeah, excited to come and chat with you all today. I know I'm the last in a very long line of amazing speakers, so just wanted to get a little bit of a pulse, see how everybody's doing. We got a little bit of a break too, so how are we doing? Are we yay kind of in the way right here? Maybe not so much. Lots of yays. Okay, cool. I'm going to pick on the audience a little bit just because I like to do that. I don't like to be the only one talking. So I've got some yays over here. What's some big takeaways that you have from today? 5G? All right. What? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Cool. Any others? Maybe from this side of the room? Any other big takeaways?
I like one of just being open about your design process.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, this was part of it, or this wasn't meant to be, but this happened, and this was great because.
Yeah, that's awesome. So a lot of takeaways, a lot happening in the entire week. I guess how many of y'all have been there for maybe some of the other sessions, some of the workshops, or is this your first time jumping into sessions and workshops? How about that? Any big takeaways from those? Oh, sorry, you too. It's on the spot.
Yes, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Any big takeaways from like some of the other workshops and things too?
I'm just happy to meet everybody and just making some new connections. It's been the best thing that's happened. So.
That's great. That's awesome. How about Mission?
I think so many takeaways. It's hard to pick one, but I'll say one thing that really kind of stood out was the comic book. There was a workshop about kind of how to tell your business story in like this kind of comic book style fashion, and it was a data analytics company where they were trying to figure out a simpler way to get across their what they do and the value proposition.
Yeah.
They could just hand that to folks and they would understand everything that they offered in just a short period of time.
That's awesome. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of takeaways, right? We're constantly, and thank you for that as well. We're constantly getting in new information. We're constantly learning new information. The big question that I have for each of you as you've gone through this week, you've gone through a lot of these sessions, how are you going to apply that in your life, right? a lot of times we consume and we consume, and we're in this almost generation of constant consumption, but we don't really take a breath to really understand how are we actually going to adopt this into our work, adopt this into our lives, adopt this into our practices. So I think like one big takeaway, especially as I go into this talk, again, I think I chatted with Poppy a little bit about this too. My goal is that you're either very against everything that I'm saying, or you're, basically asking me how you can apply this into your life, right? So I don't want a middle of the ground road over here too. So, and that's why I have this, headline around own or be owned. The big statement that I'm going to make over here today is that each and every single one of you is a high potential today, right? I don't know if you heard that before. I don't know if somebody's actually come over to you and told you that before, but it's true. Each and every single one of you sitting in this room, and those online as well, is a high potential, right? And it's because you've taken steps to be here. You've taken steps to want to improve yourself. You're taking steps to want to grow yourself, right? But a lot of times for some of us, that's where it stops, right? It stops with potential. We consume and we just let it go, or we learn some new thing and we just don't really act on it, don't really adopt it. And if we look at our careers and we look at the work that we've done in our careers too, and the way that our careers have, and the trajectory has moved, a lot of times we would probably say that that's true of our lives too, is that there's so many potential moments, potential opportunities that we've kind of just let go and didn't really maximize on. And one of the things that I really had a huge passion about over the past almost 6 years is to really help professionals like myself, like others around here to maximize your talents. Each and every single one of you has amazing talents that you're utilizing in various industries, over Lilly, kind of doing your own practice, working with nonprofits, and a lot of you in other areas too. So how are you really going to rise above and take ownership of your career and take ownership of your own personal growth? And so the way that I always think about it is it all starts with a big idea. It starts with one idea that you truly feel can make an impact on people around you. Maybe it's your community, maybe it's your friends, maybe it's your coworkers, maybe it's your family, maybe it's the world at large. But what's one big idea that you truly feel convinced at some point of time in your life that you had? And I'm going to kind of maybe take a little bit of a breather for a moment. We've listened to a lot, we've heard a lot, we've had some conversations. Maybe like a small moment of reflection. Just kind of think back. If you want to close your eyes, you can close your eyes. But just kind of think back to what is one big idea, one dream even that you feel like you had way back when. It could have been in high school, it could have been in college, it could have been last week. But what's one big idea that you truly feel could actually have an impact and make a moment? I'm going to give us a little bit of a minute. So now as you think about that, right, how long ago did you have that idea? How many times have you actually gone back to that idea? How many people have you shared that idea with? How have you molded and grown and pivoted and iterated on that idea and hopefully started to get feedback, right? Have you talked to anybody about it? Have you talked to mentors about it? Have you talked to your family about it? Have you talked to your boss about it? It could have been an idea that you have within your own company. Have you had conversations with other people? Have you tried to get people who are involved in that space, who are subject matter experts maybe, to give you some more feedback and think through it? A lot of times we have these larger ideas that, again, at a moment start to just drift away and we get thrown back into the rat race of the world, right? And I think it's important for us to have these moments of calm, have these moments of self-reflection, self-discovery, understanding who it is that you are, what are your values, what are your principles, and then on the larger vision scheme of things, what's your impact, what's your purpose, right? The big piece that I always come back to has been about purpose. And so about 6 years ago, I had an idea when I was working at a university right down the road. And I was talking with students, and I had talked to well over 200 to 300 students about their experiences and what they were looking forward to in life, and their hopes and dreams of what they wanted to accomplish. And they had the most massive goals and the most massive ambitions and life-changing things, right? And so fast forward to a couple of years when they were graduated, I actually had conversations with them again. I had some conversations with other alumni around some of the big ideas and big goals they wanted to change the world, right? And a lot of the conversations ended up with, well, I didn't really do anything about it, or the opportunity never really came, or I don't know if that's really for me, right? And so I kept on running into these conversations where they were just falling backwards into their careers, falling backwards into the life that others were planning for them, rather than taking ownership and taking charge of their own careers, taking charge of their own destiny in a certain way. And so as I was talking to a lot of them, many of them just found the expectations that were set at the university level, and this is maybe not true for all universities, but a lot of expectations set at the university level looks very different once you actually jump into the real world, get thrown off that cliff. When you think back to that transition for yourself as well, what did that look like? Who is there alongside you to actually guide you through that process? What understanding did they have of the world that you were jumping into, and the actual realities of being in the workplace, being in a career, having these larger types of discussions, and how you could actually take ownership and plan for your career. Nobody really talks about or thinks about planning for their lives and planning for their careers. It usually happens right around December. You go into January, high hopes and ambitions. And I think the latest stats is that 80% of people have started on their New Year's resolution and given up by Feb. So as you think about planning, as you think about purpose, right, a lot of times people are more focused on passions. They might say, I want to, I really want to get a fancy car. I really want to climb the corporate ladder. I really want to travel. I want to make a lot of money. I'm going to do this, that, and the other. And the way I look at it is when you think about the rewards that come from passions, they all focus inwards. I had to find a way to put myself on a slide too. So it's all about, for me it was travel. I just wanted to travel. I just want to have these experiences, and that's it. That's going to make me happy. That's going to make me fulfilled, and that's going to be everything that I need in life. And I still felt very unfulfilled because it was all the reward that I was focusing inwards, right? The rewards were coming to me. I've taken a different approach on it. As I've had these conversations with people, I've had conversations with different mentors, the people who have gone through different experiences in their lives, the value of fulfillment truly comes by serving up the other, right? The value of making an impact that lasts longer than you will on this planet really is what starts to build up a lot of that fulfillment and honestly, that looks like purpose. And purpose is action filled. It takes some of your passions, it takes some of your skills, it takes an opportunity, but you need to actually take action towards it. Otherwise, it's going to really just remain an idea. Right? And so through the years, again, I've talked to so many alumni, so many young professionals, probably talked to over 800 about just their careers and their lives, and these are across the board. So all the way from college age to folks who are maybe 30 years into their career, and the story is basically the same. I feel unfulfilled. I feel like I've been trying to chase every single small penny or dollar increase. I feel like I've been trying to seek after the wrong things that aren't really growing me, but are just creating a solve for my immediate need at the moment. Not saying this is a bad thing, but ping pong tables and kegs in the break room are usually the kind of solve that companies are trying to instill, rather than truly helping people discover and empower them, and in some cases understand their course and their journey is limited within the span of that company, and they want to prepare them for the next thing, for the next job, for the next opportunity. so that when that opportunity comes, preparation has already been in place. So again, the way I think about purpose versus passion, I go back to this quote of Albert Einstein. So a life directed chiefly towards the fulfillment of personal desires will sooner or later always lead to bitter disappointment. It's a bold statement, right? And a lot of times, you see people who you believe have made it. You see people who are in a position that you envy, or maybe in a position that you want to be at. You see people who maybe have pursued their passions and have accomplished something big and are famous because of it. But if you really truly dig deeper into their lives, if there is nothing given back, if there's nothing really given back to the other in service of the other, they're left with empty lives in a lot of cases. And this is the exact same thing in our careers, because as we've seen what's happened in the past 2 years, there's no such thing as work-life balance anymore. It's more work and life are one, right? Our home life, our friend life, our personal lives, our travel life, our work life, all of that has become one entity at this moment. And so the decisions that we make in terms of giving back, not only within our personal means, also affect the decisions that we make in giving back within our career or our professional life. Who have you impacted? Who are the people that you feed into on a daily basis? Who are the people who you try and grow and build themselves up, and thereby learning yourselves, right, from those types of experiences? And so, as I mentioned, we've done a lot of research over at Coda around how this has truly affected the market, what's happened in the past 2 years, what's happened in the past 5 years, and this trend has been repeating on and on and on, but the game has truly changed. About 90% of millennials at this point would truly take a lower paycheck, take less cash in order to find something that's more purpose-driven or workplace purpose. And companies are trying to figure out what is that purpose, right? They're trying to find a one-stop shop that fits all, but again, everybody's unique. We're all individuals, have different desires, different purposes, different callings, different skill sets, right? And so how do you build something that is broad enough to be utilized across the board, but still individualistic and purpose-driven, personalized to an individual's purpose too? 47% of them really wish that they were on a different career path. I've talked to many people, myself included, who started out in one career or moved into a second career, moved into a third career, but just were trying to jump ship for, again, either dollars or maybe an easier, remote work life or whatever it might be, right? And they really weren't trying to focus on the skills and the calling that each of them had. They didn't take the time to maybe stop and reflect and spend some time in self-discovery, understanding what their values, what their principle, what their mission was, right? And if you think about how companies behave or how companies get set up, they spend months and months on building out a mission statement, on building out their values, on building out their vision or their plan for the next 5 years. We need to start doing that as individuals as well and understand how do we fit into the purpose of a company rather than just going after a big name or going after something that fits within our world too. And then only 29% of individuals are actually happy with the career advancement opportunities that they have. And that basically means that we are going to see what's happened over the past 2 years happen again and again and again, because people are looking for development, people looking for growth, people looking for opportunities that can advance and grow and build themselves up. But at the same time, they are underprepared. They aren't ready for when those opportunities actually come up. And so, especially with the way that we are trying to build value into individuals at Coda, our focus is both on discovering your purpose, building your plan, but also understanding how do you interact with the market? How are you investing back into yourself to help you grow? Another very bold statement by my good old friend Albert Einstein: only a life lived in service to others is worth living. Now, Some of you may not agree with this, and that's perfectly fine. But I'd like to dive a little bit deeper into maybe even the meaning of this, the meaning of work, right? As we think about the what's happened over the past 3 years with the pandemic, with everything that's happened between different communities, we've all experienced life very differently. And the pandemic has affected different people in different ways based on their preparedness for it, right? The way that we need to start thinking about our worth, the way that we need to start thinking about the value is really in terms of our legacy, right? Everything that we're building up right now is focused on our skills. Everything that we're building up right now is focused on our experiences, our relationships with other people. But when we talk about worth, at the end of this all, right, we look back, we're not really focused on, okay, I made about $2 million and that's my net worth, that's my worth in life. I don't know many people who have actually been saying that, right? It's really focused on who have I impacted, right? At the end of it, when I'm standing up and looking at my vision or plan for my life, and actually drew out a picture of what this looked like, it was people. It was people that I had been able to impact, people who, because of my impact, were impacting and enabling others, right? And again, this is not through my knowledge and my thought process, but it's by talking with people who have been there, people who have gone through this road, and in some cases have a lot of disappointment with the decisions that they made. Because again, when you think about that final moment, it really comes back to who are the people surrounding me? Who are the people who I've positively impacted? And that's really what I think Einstein's talking about over here. And so a lot of us, again, I'm sure this might speak to some of us in the room over here, some of us online too. When you're in high school, you have all these ambitions, right? It's your plan. You're going to conquer the world. You know exactly what you're going to do to a certain degree, but you have these dreams. You have these dreams and these ambitions, and it's all about those dreams and ambitions, and you feel like you know what your calling is. Then you go into college, and you get beaten down a little bit, and it starts to become a little bit less of your plan, a little bit less of your journey, a little bit less of you taking ownership of what it is that you're going to do, because now you have to go by certain norms of society. Then you get into an internship, and you're trying to juggle 6 different cups of coffee with bagels and everything else too, and you're working for another's mission, another's plan. Your purpose in that company is just to get a particular job done, right? And so how much do you actually invest into fulfilling your journey, fulfilling your plan, understanding if that company is actually going to meet you in terms of growing and developing you? And then we go from job 1 to job 2 to job 3, and a lot of times we fall backwards into somebody else's plan. Our purpose, our journey, our calling, everything of that has washed away, and we're like, we're going to be an amazing designer who's created 3,000 beautiful UI screens or amazing products that are out there in the marketplace, but what's the impact that you're having, and how does that align to your goals, your plan, your calling, your purpose, right? You could do some amazing things for other people, but that can still leave you unfulfilled if your values and your purpose and your principles don't actually match the work that you're doing. So over at CodeUp, we've developed an ideology or framework for what we call career truth. And this is understanding that your work life and your personal life are one and the same. The first piece around this is mastery. It's around skills and experiences that you're building, and how are you actually investing in yourself? How are you actually building yourself up? Are you taking on the right skills? Are you learning the right information? Are you applying that information to make sure that you got it right? Are you actually acting on the things that you learned, or are you just scrolling? Or just doing the next LinkedIn Learning video that you can get your hands on, right? The second piece is really about freedom, right? we all have trade-offs, and these trade-offs live either with the decisions that we want to make, where it's based on money, maybe it's based on benefits, maybe it's based on your relationships, maybe it's based on your time that you want for yourself, maybe it's based on travel, maybe it's based on your mental health, maybe it's based on your physical health. What are the trade-offs that you're making, and how do those actually affect your future goals that you're going down the line with? As we think about, say for example, you want to be an amazing corporate engine, and you want to make $1 trillion. Say if that's the goal, right? You're going to be trading off a lot of things. You're going to be trading off your time. You're going to be trading off your mental health. You're going to be trading off your physical health. You're going to be trading off your relationships. And if that's okay with you, and that's the goal that you want to hit, and that's what you feel will actually truly make you fulfilled, you just need to understand these trade-offs. You need to understand these decisions. How many times do you actually go into a job interview or go into a conversation with your company, maybe even, and think about that? What are the trade-offs that I'm making in order to get a bigger salary? What are the trade-offs that I'm making to spend more time with my family? And are you okay with that, right? And finally, again, it comes back to impact. What's the impact? How are you serving the other, right? What's your legacy that you're actually leaving? And as you make decisions, how are the decisions that you are making today preparing you to leave the legacy that you want to leave, right? And again, that could be personal. It could be for your family. It could be for your friends. It could be for your neighborhood, for your community. It could be for your work, right? But what's the kind of legacy that you truly want to leave? And as we think about, again, this holistic perspective where work and life meet together, right? I think we need to start being more disciplined and plan for each and every single decision so that we are truly owning our careers. We are truly owning our decisions in life, not somebody else. And so the way that I thought about this, again, I didn't have a plan for quite a while. I just had some ideas or goals of what I wanted to achieve. And come February, I was one of that 80%, where it was gone because it made, the next month had this new set of goals, or new things that I need to tackle for my company or my life or my family or whatever it might be. And so about 6 years ago, I had a 5-year plan. We added on an extra year. But I had a 5-year plan for what I wanted to do in the world. And it was based on a lot of those conversations around helping individuals, helping young professionals, helping college students, and others across the globe take true ownership back of their career development and their lives too. And so there are a lot of things that I didn't know. I didn't know how to start a company. I didn't know how to start a tech company. I didn't know how to build technology. I didn't know how to scale or grow technology. I didn't know how to build or network with VCs and CEOs and hire people. And so I had a plan. I started out with a company called Xylo. I was employee number 6 or 7 as their founding designer, and got to learn from the ropes from some really amazing leaders. I used to have meetings every other week with Eric Tobias and Scott Dorsey as they were investing into our growth as a company. But at the same time, I was learning from legends, right? And of course, I took a massive pay cut to be able to go there. I actually had to, the way that I got in was I worked at Indiana Wesleyan University all the way in Marion. I left every Thursday to drive an hour and a half over to Broad Ripple so I could I could ref the kickball league. And that's how I got into meeting with some of the high alpha designers, and that was my inroad. And so going from there, after Xylo, I knew what it took to actually build and develop a company. I now need to know how to scale it. And so I joined a company called Active Campaign. We were about 600 employees. I joined the CRM team. It was myself and 4 other individuals. So we had 1 person on product, 1 person on engineering, and 2 engineers. And our CRM was nothing. It was nothing to be talked about. We were just building today. But I got the opportunity to make a massive impact with building multiple products, not only just our CRM, build out a B2B line vertical that we didn't have before, work with our product and development teams to scale and grow our CRM team to a team of 30 We actually grew, we had doubled the number of customers that we had during that time period too. And so I got to learn from this engine of hyper growth. And again, I was making good money. I was in a really good place. And come June, my well, at that time, 6 years timeline was up. And I had, during that entire time, been talking to people, talking to VCs, talking to potential partners, talking to coaches, talking to career coaches and people in HR to really understand what it is that we needed to build for Coda. And so come June, I had to make the decision that, okay, this is my time. There's an opportunity in the marketplace that people are desperately looking for something to truly help them in this holistic life and career growth perspective. The opportunity is there. I've been preparing this entire time. I've been building up skills. I've been building relationships. I've been bringing the right people alongside. And that's really where my opportunity met my purpose. And I jumped headfirst into Coda. And so that's what we're building right now. We're building a way for individuals like yourselves to actually meet with and grow themselves and meet with career coaches that are usually either way too expensive or unattainable. And we're actually also providing value from a coaching perspective too. And so as you think about the people who are feeding into you, right? I had a lot of people when I started out this journey kind of tell me, well, you're just a designer. Designers aren't CEOs. Designers don't go about founding design-led companies. And, haters gonna hate. You're gonna have to kind of build some level of discernment. There are gonna be people who tell you this goal is just not possible, right? Or maybe you're not there yet. Maybe way down the line, this is something you need to be thinking about. Now you just need to be doing the work. And I'd say, again, you need to tune out some of that noise and focus inwardly, right? Reflect, talk to people about your idea. You need to have something to talk to people with. And that's really where you have your idea. You have your big idea and you start to have those conversations, right? And you start to look for wise counsel. A lot of people want to give you counsel. Make sure they're the right people. Make sure they're the people that can actually put you on that path to success and growth and speak into you. Make sure that they are actually invested in your career growth, right? In some cases, that means you have to pay them. Like how many people, show of hands over here, how many of y'all have career coaches or have done gone through career coaching in terms of building yourselves up? Some? Yeah. That's an investment that you're making into yourself, right? And there's individuals that will mentor you. There are individuals that will focus on a particular area, right, of your growth. Surround yourself with those types of people. Surround yourself with peers who you're running this race together with, and make sure they're the right ones, right? Not the ones just chilling watching Netflix at home all day long. Make sure that you're surrounding yourself with people who you're looking up to and people who you want to be at that level and want to be able to achieve and do the kind of things that they are doing because of the impact that they're having. And so as we think about everything that I talked about today, right? Again, it comes back to, is it all just words? Is it, might have been an okay talk, great talk, not so great talk? How are you actually going to put this into practice? How are you actually going to adopt this into your life, and how are you actually going to build yourself up, right? And so again, it starts with having your big idea, making sure you tell people about it, making sure you have conversations around it, making sure that's the first thing that you see as you are jumping into your day, right? Centering yourself around what it is that you're going to be doing, what it is that you're actually going to be contributing back into the world, and the impact that's going to have. Then look inward. Get a better understanding of your current state, your current inventory, as it will, from a personal side, from a professional side. Have you ever written out or gone through everything that you've done in your career? Have you ever gone through everything that you've, how much have you made? Every single kudos or conversation that was impactful for you? How many times do you actually deep dive into experiences that you've had in order to make better decisions moving forward? Because if we don't really learn from the experiences that we've had, in my case, I usually don't remember things longer than 2 hours ago, right? If I don't write it down, I'm not going to make wise decisions moving forward. And so again, reflect inward, try and make sure that you are understanding who you are as a person, understanding your principles, understanding your values, build a mission for yourself that you can actually ascribe to, and understand how you work. How do you work well with others? Thirdly is invest in yourself, right? Grow the skills that are important that are actually going to help you move towards your goals. There are a lot of places that you can go to for developing skills, developing experiences, learning new things. Make sure they're the right ones, because again, your time is short and you only have a certain amount of focus areas that you can grow yourself into. Make sure they're the right ones. You don't need to be solving every single problem. You really just need to be solving the one that you're focused on. Next, really understand what your freedoms are, right? And understand what you value higher than others, so that when you have the conversations, even though somebody's going to throw an extra $50,000 at you, maybe it's a situation that you need, but understand the trade-offs that you're going to be making with that. Understand what you're giving up in order to be able to make those decisions. And again, not everybody is in a situation where they can turn something like that down. But at the same time, understand what is that actually going to give you? What's that going to actually provide for you in order to move to the next step? So then you actually think about your legacy, making sure that you are leaving, at the end of this, you're leaving the right kind of impact, or at least have an impact, right? There's a lot of people that really go through their lives and they find regret because there wasn't a blip on the radar, right? They were just going through the motions. They were going through whatever they needed to do, and looking back, they didn't have the kind of impact they wanted to have, right? And so making sure that as you're thinking about the now, are you making the right decisions and setting the right goals in order to be impactful at the end? And then finally, look for mentorship. Look for people to feed into you. Look for people to actually grow you and build you up. And make sure they're the right people. Make sure you're surrounding yourselves with the right people. Make sure you're surrounding yourself with people who are actually going to grow you and instill this sense of desire and this hunger to actually grow as well, not the people who are really just truly going to hold you back. Right? So finally, I'd like to, if this is something that you're looking to grow, if this is something you're looking to build and instill in yourselves, we'd love to help. Definitely reach out to me, reach out to us at Coda, where we're actually building a tool that's going to be set out into the marketplace that's actually going to be able to help individuals like yourself set these goals, connect with individuals around them, build your brand, build your mission statement, actually help you set goals and hold you accountable to what you're setting for yourself, not only just on a career standpoint, but also on a personal standpoint. And as we've been having conversations, even within companies too, I've talked to multiple CEOs who, when we showed them what we're actually putting out in the market, what we're actually going to be doing for their employees, they balk over at it. And they're a CEO. Every single CEO they talk to said that they would love for somebody to come into their office and tell them, this is my plan, this is my purpose, this is what I'm going to be doing, and this is the kind of impact I'm going to have. How do you, CEO or company, work within my plan? And if they don't, maybe it's not the right step. And they want to have people having those conversations. They don't want to be reaching in, constantly trying to find ways to engage and connect and develop their people. They want people to come to them with a plan. And so you imagine the impact, imagine the tools that you can have in your own careers, in your own companies, in the individuals that you're interacting with, and the clients that you're interacting with too. So if there's anything that we can help, we'd love to. And the final thing is decide today, like start today. There's always a reason not to. There's always another excuse. There's always another goal. There's always another mission. But start today and actually give it some thought as to how you're actually going to grow and develop these. So, thank you. And if we want to open up to any questions, happy to. But we can go back. Okay, cool. Yeah, questions.
I have a question.
Okay.
A
always say that we have to find the right kind of people, the right kind of thing. How do we find those things?
That's great. Yeah, so I'd say start with your network, right? Start with cold calling, cold emailing people that you actually admire, people that you respect, people that you really want to surround yourself with. Look in your circles. Everybody, for the most part, has circles, right? And actually start. Again, you need this big idea. You need something to, as a hook, to actually get their attention. I think when I started this out, I cold email about 2,000 people, LinkedIn messages, emails, whatever I could do, and just shared this idea and said, I would love to have a conversation around this. People are not going to respond to, hey, I just want to talk to you. They got a lot of people to talk to, and they got a lot of conversations to have. So start to reach out, and again, try to find people who are in your lane, in your purpose, and to actually know that about yourself as you start looking. Right? And again, if we can do anything to help, we're happy to. Yeah. Any others? Yeah.
So I was just wondering the story or journey behind Coda.
Yeah, so Coda actually comes from the Native American alliteration of guide or friend. And so the way that I thought of what we wanted to be, right? We're not an authority over your life. We're not going to tell you that, here's the things that you got to do, and here's what you got to, just go ahead and do them, right? Our goal is to work with you. Our goal is to empower you rather than just giving you a list and saying, move down this path. And so a true guide knows when to step in and step out of each situation, and that's really what we want to be for people. So that's kind of how we got it. Yeah. Perfect.
So 2023 Coda app comes out.
Fingers crossed.
What's the 20-year impact? How do you see it changing culture?
Absolutely, yeah, that's a great question. So we're gonna bring it out in the U.S. market, and we're agnostic of industry, right? So our focus right now is within these young professionals that are starting out and not really understanding or unsure who to turn to or what the path is. Again, you have so many different sources of media that are constantly giving you one answer or the next. And so what we really want to do is empower individuals to take ownership of their careers and truly lead fulfilling lives. And at the end of it, all of our KPIs lead to individuals taking control of their own careers and leading fulfilling lives. And so when I think about the 20-year impact, when I think about how this is actually going to change society or change the world, those two things are addressed and solved for. That's our goal. That's our mission. You're done. Yeah. Oh, yeah, go for it. Sorry.
Just curious if you've given any thought to maybe what I might consider like historically maybe under-networked populations. I used to volunteer a lot in like Near East side Indy with youth and trying to provide some encouragement about their options when it came to education or connections and anywho, there's always a bit of a tug back and forth with that work just because it seems so foreign and it seems so new. So just curious, any thoughts on have there been any thoughts on how you might reach some of those, I would say, under-networked populations?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. When I think about under-networked or lack of opportunities presented, right? I think globally as well. So I'm originally from India. I grew up in Dubai. I lived in Yemen. There's a few different things before I finally landed up over here in the U.S. I think there's two things that are needed. One is a desire to grow and better yourself, and the opportunity, right? And so where there is desire, we've had a lot of conversations with government opportunities for working with with school systems and school districts as well to provide seminars and teaching and courses that start to work this idea within those mindsets. We're actually going to have exercises and opportunities and events for students of all communities, but definitely underrepresented and under opportunity, lack of opportunity areas too, and across the globe too. When I think about my time in Yemen, there were women, usually, especially because Yemen, I think it's like the 10th poorest country in the world, and so women over there really weren't given education past the 3rd grade or so, and so what my parents and others did was actually work with them to teach them business and English and other skills that actually built them up, and they actually led their communities after they were doing that. So again, I think that there's massive impact, probably more impact that those individuals can have, but there needs to be desire, and there needs to be opportunity given at that point too. Yeah. Any others? Good. Well, thank you, everybody.
Cool, thank you. All right, well, with that, I think you'll probably be around if there's any more questions. As we wrap up today, thank you, everybody, for coming today. It's a beautiful day, and we're glad you chose to be here. Thanks to everybody who signed in online. I think the content will be made available as we go. I know we've had a couple of questions about getting access to decks, things like that, as we were trying to snap pictures with our phones and things. So a lot of that should become available here. So thanks for joining. Really hope throughout the week, as you participated and attended different events, there were some hard takeaways, either personally, either a connection that you met, or something that you learned that you can apply in your professional life that's helpful. So really, and appreciate feedback on that too, as the team builds and plans for what next year looks like and how the biggest impact can have during this design week. So looking forward for that as well. As you leave, there are a few things. Looks like there's the road closed, 3161st. There's some instructions I can provide that you know those areas, so use Google Maps. It probably will get you around where you need to go. Outside of that, thanks so much, and that's the wrap.